fly. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where the ring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on loud. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last to the edge of death and back again. We've seen the walls come down, but here we all still stand. We're not afraid, we feel like to fight our right. They try to extinguish us, we are done lasting death. Hear the awakened world, scream glory and scream courage, for here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too
变革轰然来袭。峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。池歌市马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome one and all to the final day of the Rumble stage in LPL Summer 2024. As the beauty of Shanghai unfolds before us, we will have a wonderful back-to-back double best of 3 banger night. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by the ever-lovely Trouble, and we're going to be getting into some fun.
Oh my god, it's gonna be so exciting today. Lovely to be casting with you today, Mazel. We have 2 bangers back to back. So many implications for a lot of the top teams. Again, guaranteeing yourself top 2 in this group means that you have a second life in those best of. So definitely love the teams that we're gonna be seeing today are gonna be fighting for that top 2.
That's the crazy thing. I cannot believe that we're already to this point. We're already
How?
to the end of Rumble stage.
How?
We're already. This is the last day of best of 3s. It's actually crazy. But let's go ahead and take a look down maybe a little bit of that track record here for the league itself, because I think the last time around we did have the battle for the wooden spoon. It was incredible. LGD did come out with a 2-1 victory, so NIP still never finding that series win in the Rumble stage. They'll have to wait until that playoff play-in the next round. And then BLG, they actually got pushed the distance, which is irregular for them against the AL, but they still took it 2-1.
I mean, I don't know what pushing the distance means when they were trying to backdoor a team that was clearly back in their base waiting for them, and they ended up getting caught, not ending the game, and AL took the second game. It was a banger. BLG put on a show. We know them for having a few happy games, if you will. But talking about BLG, they have to play back-to-back today as well. And as you can see, they're currently sitting on the second place in that group ascent, but everything could change. If they potentially lose today, they could be overtaken by Top Esports, who's playing their second series.
And if they take a 2-0, they could overtake LNG. So it'll be really interesting here. And obviously that Guardian Angel is incredibly important in our LPL gauntlet, because these teams face nothing but back-to-back best of 5s all the way to the end. And only it is if you get in those top 2 spots that you start with your Guardian Angel in a double elimination. But that leads us to today, to those important matchups. FPX, they are trying to light the fire. They are trying to find something that works. And BLG, they're trying to claim first place. Then we have Top Esports versus JDG, an incredibly important deciding matchup if things boil down correctly as well in this first series.
So a lot of implications right here, and since we're going to be starting with FPX versus BLG, what needs to happen right here? Mazel briefly mentioned it. BLG needs a strong 2-0 over FPX, and they will claim first place over LNG. Whoops, that is a an alarm that LPL has started, guys. It's 11 o'clock.
We're going. We're
Central
started.
European summertime. But yeah, BLG need a 2-0 over FPX to claim that first place on top of LNG. And why this is very funny is because BLG have not 2-0'd any team other than LGD. They have so many wins. All of them have gone to 3 games.
It's actually incredible when you look back at the track record. But let's go ahead and take a look at this FPX roster. Again, the Phoenix trying to relight the fire a little bit. And I think it has been a bit of a slump for them recently. They've been trying a couple different things at jungle, but, you know, having a couple hard 2-0 losses against some of our top teams, I mean, they are struggling to light the kindling here.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I feel like a lot of the things that happened early on in the season for FPX as well, kind of losing Xiaolahu and a bunch of things that happened behind the scenes with the staff behind FPX can't have been that easy for the team. However, that was many, many weeks ago. And ever since then, JDG has also jumped into the roster. We know him for playing a bunch of things that can carry through the top lane as well, like the TF. His Cassante is also very, very strong. And I feel like FPX have sort of just been straight up very mediocre at all the roles. We knew this to be the Milky Way show. And ever since the meta has shifted to all of those carry junglers that you see in his pool that still exists, and he's still been playing to this day in summer, it feels like, are you better than the OG carry junglers in the LPL? And so far, the answer has unfortunately been sometimes yes, but mostly no for FPX.
And I think a lot of reliance on Doctum having some really strong late game care performances last split. You know, Care was having a lot more consistency as well in the mid lane. I think that all has boiled down to make it a much tougher job for Milky Way to do exactly what he was doing last split, but there still has been some question mark decisions. So try to find a way to have Milky Way find his way. But that is the other side of coin, BLG's job to make sure that doesn't happen. And I think since Wei, their new jungler, has come into the roster, we've seen much more action, much more direction, much more activity from this team as a whole.
I know this is going to hurt you a little bit, Mazel, but damn, I like BLG with Wei in. Nothing against
I like
Shun.
both these junglers.
Nothing against Shun. I know Shun is like probably one of your favorite junglers. But I just love what Wei brings to the table for BLG. It brings a completely different game, plays heavily towards the top side, plays towards B, enables him, which then forces on to move further up the map as well and be a little bit more active. And that has created so much more energetic early games for BLG, where they're trying to snowball those very early game leads. And it all comes through Wei. And if you thought that Wei is just that facilitating jungler, sure he is. If he can get his hands on the Sejuani and the Maokai, he will, but he can primarily play all those AP carries that are currently in the meta as well. And this is why this is so important, this particular matchup, because Milky Way is primarily a carry jungler, and BLG, Wei in particular, he's coming off an MVP on a Lilia that didn't die a single time in his series yesterday.
I do love to get to see him play a little bit more of those heavy like AP meta junglers that we have right now as well. But it has also been a bit of different playstyle, because we know traditionally BLG have been really big fans of playing around Elk, going straight down towards bot lane, trying to get as many resources down there as possible. But he really has been left on a bit of an island. They still rely on him a lot for the late games. He's had some incredible performances himself, but it's definitely about the wombo combos that we've had between the solo lanes and the support jungle carry. So that's where that focus on the jungle matchup brings me to a bit of a judgment day for Milky Way, because not only is it a point where this is their last series before going to the playoffs, they didn't have necessarily a great playoff in spring either. It was a bit expected with such a young gun team coming up as well, especially Milky Way himself. But it's a true test to see if he can try to combat some of this playstyle from Wei and find that success that we know he has had.
And I feel like if we take it all the way over to spring, when Xiaolahu was playing for that top side, he felt very confident back then, seeing Milky Way and how he was playing more aggressive into a bruiser meta, if you will. I feel like his Kindreds and his Nidalis were perfect, because they were pretty much countering any other playstyle that was coming into play back then. However, right now, well, one, Xiaolahu is not there currently. I mean, he is there, but it's JDG that's actively playing currently. Secondly, I feel like it's not necessarily just about Milky Way. You mentioned it earlier. It's about linking up with life and care. And I was having a little bit of a chat with a lot of the LEC pros over at the LEC finals, and they were saying how, you know, internationally it feels like jungle support synergy is very, very important, but primarily this duo plays a lot around that mid lane. So the stronger mid you have, the better your team looks. And if you look at the very top of the LPL table, you've got Scout, who's been popping off, Knight, who's the best LPL mid laner that we've had for the entire year and last year as well. And then you've got Cream, who's arguably been one of the best marksman mid laners that we have in the LPL over here in summer. So it feels like it's very true. The better your mid laner performing, the easier it is for the jungle support duo to find good plays around the mid side of the map.
We'll see plenty of Lucians, Yones, Tristanas maybe coming through here today, but we'll see all that priority around that mid lane. And see if Care can find maybe a little bit of consistency that feels like we used to know, if everybody knows that song. But I want to exactly see the pick priority for Milky Way, because I think going into this last week, there had been rumblings of the Shyvana coming up in their first series coming out of the week. Got a ban against him. There was a lot of smiles from him when he was getting that ban away. He eventually got it later on in the week. It did not go great. So I want to see if he can pull out maybe some of these signatures, maybe some of these wacky picks, and actually make a difference himself, because we do know Way to be very active and very proactive for the team. So finding any way to get Milky Way started and get kind of the engine going and be super important for their last best of 3 of the regular season.
And I feel like this is going to have to do a lot with priority through lanes, right? BLG are just so good with snowballing one lane. When you have the pressure only in even a singular lane, I feel like Way is so good at capitalizing on mistakes over there. Anyone that overpressures a lane, anyone that overextends, Way is there to capitalize and punish. And I feel like FPX are going to need not just one, they're going to need multiple lanes of priority that are willing to move to aid Milky Way, depending, of course, on what he chooses to go with. I'm not going to lie to you, I would love to see a little bit of a resurgence of the Nidalee and the Kindred, if you will. I feel like they were the 2 champions that he found a lot of success over in spring, and especially his Kindred was one that was storied as well when he first joined the LPL over in spring. So I'd like to see him on a few picks that are a little bit more aggro, and his Kindred, of course, that scales also into the late game, is sort of like a backup carry for FPX too.
I'm wondering the exact priority we're going to be getting tonight, especially with some of the maybe side questionnaires that we can throw towards top lane. I know we were kind of wondering if this was actually going to be important tonight, depending on what matchups we get, but I think ZDZ has been very to-the-nose boom or bust for FPX in a lot of matchups. He's gotten a bunch of solo kills, but he's also died a lot and not found the best advantages. Has been a consistent strength for BLG, so maybe there's something that ZDZ can do to bring him down to his level.
Hey, I love how you mentioned ZDZ. Like, sometimes this guy is absolutely great, and sometimes he's not. But now he has to go up against Bin, who's one of the greatest, if not the greatest, top laner in the LPL. Some would argue about 369 as well. That someone would be me. But yeah, I feel like ZDZ has been a very pivotal point to FPX's success. A lot of the wins that came through his Cassante and through his Twisted Fate, he played a huge part in those victories, and knowing Way's tendencies to play towards the top side of the map, we might be up for a brawl towards the top side if Milky Way chooses to path towards there as well. Try and get ZDZ ahead in this matchup.
I'm so here for it, and it'd be very fun to continue to kind of keep a side eye on. But I think more importantly, it's going to be obvious the jungle priority, the big spotlight on them the whole time. But for me, and specifically for FPX, I already kind of foreshadowed to it, it is really about the pieces supporting Milky Way. Because when they were finding so much success in their past, it was when you were able to have stability in other parts of the map to enable Milky Way. So I'm really more so putting a little bit of an introspective eye on Care, on life, to try to get out of lane, try to get these this mid lane to a place of promise for FPX.
Now, of course, again, guys, right before we jump into the draft, I want to reiterate that this means a lot. This match means a lot for BLG. If they manage to 2-0, which they've only done once this entire Rumble stage, they will get first place in Group Ascent. They came back from an international, lost their first game into LNG, and it has only been victories from there on out for BLG. And now they need a very strong 2-0, which is something that they have not been able to do. They're very storied for having some happy games here and there, trying to backdoor teams when... Can you really call it backdoor if the entire enemy team is in the base, Marcel? I don't know.
I think there could be some questions thrown at that as well. But it is a factor. Maybe they're trying to get more practice. You know, we know JDG in the past always liked to go in regular season 3 games to get some extra practice. But no, it really has been BLG slipping up in a lot of these series and losing games they definitely shouldn't have. I mean, you look even back to that like LGD series. I think you see the highs that there can be. But we'll see tonight what version of BLG we'll get, and see which version of Wei we'll get as well, because he has been going to some of the different AP jungle picks, but Sejuani has been kind of first and foremost in the wheelhouse of facilitation and activity for them, and it's worked out very well.
I love him on Sejuani. He seems so active on the map, playing towards that top side, always causing chaos. It seems like one of his best champions to this point, and I feel like, especially when you've got a lot of bruiser carries in the hands of Bin as well, it kind of synergizes so well with that top lane that he likes to play towards a lot. And I know that you have mentioned also Elk being more of a stable carry for them in the late game. However, I feel like for Elk, it's his bread and butter. If you just leave him alone, let him scale into the late game and just allow him to carry later on. And we'll see right now as we get straight into the first picks and bans between FPX and BLG, we'll see what they choose to prioritize for the side of FPX right here. Is it going to be Milky Way? Are you going to get him a matchup that is favorable to him? Oh my god, Sejuani, Maokai, they're gone.
They're taking away all the facilitation. Like, Wei, you're going to have to fight me, okay? We're going to go in this. We're going to punch each other. It is some big focus towards Wei, though, and big jungle facilitation focus. It is, though, on the other side, some big meta choices being taken away. It's the Ashe and the Leona. All that engage that FPX might be looking for the first pick going to be away. ZDZ's Rumble also taken away, as well as the Gnar banned towards Bin.
And we'll see what they're going to choose to go here, because Renekton... Oh,
classic.
This is LPL, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the Renekton is going to be B1 right here, especially since Rumble and Gnar are both taken out. Wow, this draft is going by so quickly. Wei, we just mentioned how he came off of yesterday's series, undying on that Lilia with an MVP on his back as well. And Lucian, one of the strongest mid lane 80 carries for Knight. Pretty much the strongest after Tristana got a slight nerf to her kit.
It's been ridiculous what this pick has been able to do. The burst damage, but not only that, the consistent pushing. And that's like been the entire conversation tonight of who's going to have priority in mid lane, because it just enables everything else. It is the Corki. This has been tried and true. We've had like graphics every single time this matchup's come up to see who's winning in which capacity. I do believe the Lucian is in the advantage here so far in the mid lane. But this is also something where you can get a little bit more of the wombo combo set up for FPX and find those big pieces later as they go for the Misfortune.
I actually really love the takeaway of the Misfortune right here. Not only does it give you a very strong early lane that you can play through if you choose that as Milky Way, but it's also a takeaway from Elk. Elk has shown to be such a strong Misfortune down the bot lane, and you definitely do not want to be giving a wombo combo in the hands of the bot lane of BLG. Now, talking about carry matchups on the top side of the map, I don't talk a lot about hovers, but I'm pretty sure Yabin is gonna lock that one in here. And we do have Kennen versus Renekton. This gets very exciting because we can see Milky Way playing towards ZDZ. That Renekton, I'm not gonna say anything, but okay, I'm gonna say it pairs up really nicely with a certain Nidalee that Milky Way can play really well, and they can play to get ZDZ ahead in the early.
I do worry, though, because something that we can say for sure is that BLG have some hella team fighting hands, and they are going for that right now. They're going to say, FPX, you can't beat us in a team fight. We will win that out. So I want to see how FPX can kind of shore themselves up with the second phase. We are getting the Alistar ban by BLG on the red side towards life to try to take away some of that setup tool, some of that wombo combo there, and I expect that to continue to be the case. Right now, it's the Senna ban by FPX, though.
I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see Rel banned away by FPX as well. I feel like that wombo combo that you can get, and BLG are really in need of some sort of engage for their team. And I feel like with the Alistar banned out, Rel is the only other champion that really provides a big wombo combo engage. It's gonna go through here, and I feel like BLG could very easily be looking towards something like that. You need some sort of entrance for your Kennen and your Lilia and your Lucian to put down the damage. And On is no stranger to having 4 carries on his team and being the only one with any ability to engage any fight.
Love the setup here, potentially, for BLG, and they'll maybe still have a little bit of fun with that mid lane matchup. This is something else that I think would be in the wheelhouse. It's really just looking at Milky Way trying to find a carry here. It has been a huge success for him in the past. If he can find something that's maybe a little bit different and find those avenues in, I do like that as well. Right now, the Poppy is locked in. There still is a little bit of flexibility there, but Life can be looking for a support to set up, and that can be a Poppy jungle.
Ooh, I'm not sure I would like to see Milky Way onto this Poppy. I'd like to see that Poppy possibly going towards the bot side of the map, and Milky Way like his Kindred. I feel like Kindred pairs up so nicely with whatever BLG going on. BLG are going in. They are going all in. And I feel like the Kindred ultimate is going to be of such pivotal importance to save certain members from the BLG onslaught. And we'll see what they're going to choose to lock in as the last one. Anything that can go in, Ezreal, pretty much one of the best champions, can play alone towards the bots of the map, can go in wherever he wants as well. That draft from BLG is absolute perfection right here. You've got Lucian, one of the best champions in the mid lane, in one of the best mid laners' hands in the LPL as well. Nightway coming off of an MVP on his Lilia performance yesterday. And again, when attention shifts to the tops of the map, you also have an Ezreal that can stay all alone down the bot lane, has a lot of self-agency, and On can actually roam the map with his Rel. I love the setup from BLG here.
Biggest thing is that On can get out of the on the map. You can play so safe down there with Elk. I think we'll see how the Misfortune does as well. Pretty safe in the lane itself. So definitely looking at the 4 members of the team to be pretty active on the top side of the map. But I think it's also looking at how this jungle matchup is so particularly important. The Lilia speed of clear is going to be really nice for getting those marks out from under Milky Way. Milky Way is going to have to stay extremely active to try to get those under him so he can make sure he has that fight damage potential. The marksman comp is nice, but you cannot be falling behind with it in a lot of cases. And especially in a series where BLG, they're taking it real serious to try to get first place in the regular season, to get that first place going into the playoffs. It's an important one on both sides. Milky Way's Judgment Day is nigh, and it might be at the hands of none other than BLG's Way. Somebody who has brought such a rebirth of potential to Billy Gaming in the latter half of this split. But Game 1 in Shanghai has been kicking off for our last day of the Rumble stage here in summer. Let's give it up for FPX versus BLG. As we get into it now, we're actually going to get Knight coming around the corner there. Oh, they spotted him there. I wonder if they were actually going to go for it. Nothing else going to come of it there. But the level 1, kind of important to look at the vision being given out. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of these rooms. We got the Hail Blades Poppy in here. Nothing's bad.
Okay, you know how Life was hovering that pike? The Pike runes stayed. The champion changed.
What we're saying is Pike is Poppy, Poppy is Pike. Never seen them in the same room together. I don't know.
That's exactly what I mean.
Oh,
now.
no.
Ooh. Oh, he missed it.
Didn't get the wall bang. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, that was a little bit too early right there from Life. Loses his flash. And as you can see, Way starting towards the top side of the map. It could be a very pleasant surprise for BLG and unpleasant for FPX now that Life has lost his flash. Now, I want to speak a little bit about that Poppy and in general what it brings to the team, because I feel like the engage in general for FPX is really lacking. And when you have champions like the Misfortune that really love someone to set up a fight for her so he can stand still, use that bullet time, there's a very potent combo of abilities as well. You really need that lockdown, and Poppy is a very conditional lockdown, if you will. Somebody has to be standing close to a wall, which Elk almost was right there. Yeah. And I feel like the setups for FPX are going to be quite difficult to do. I feel like FPX right here will most likely be on the back foot in terms of defending rather than trying to find openings into BLG.
Yeah, there's little mechanical plays that you can make. Like, we just saw a little example of it there with the crash down being stopped by the heroic charge. Like, there's little things like that that can happen, the steadfast presence around the Ezreal, things like that. But it's really minute. It's going to have to come up more often for Life to say that this pick is actually super impactful. We are getting both junglers pathing straight down here towards bot lane, though, and we'll see exactly what that pans out to here as well, because there is already a bit of priority gained by Elk and On.
However, with how powerful Misfortune is, you can very easily trim that wave, so we're looking for the next cannon. Potentially both junglers are going to be pathing towards the bot side of the map as well, and as you can see, On has taken a pretty solid position in that third brush right there, taking control of that bot side of the map. Now, of course, Kindred was spotted on the chicken, so they will know that Milky Way is also pathing towards that bot side of the map. Just about both junglers finishing at the same time. Their jungle as well, both very, very fast on the clear. And
There
FPX,
it is, into the wall.
Oh,
Way is around the corner. They didn't get Elk just yet. Doctum's going for it. First blood. It's actually going to go the way of Life. Now, Life is trying to get away, but Doctum is in a bad position. Milky Way has come over. Flash is going to come out of Way. This might just be what FPX needed. Nice lockdown by On, though, and Milky Way gives his life in return. That's a 2-for-1 trade in the end, but honestly, you take those for any sign of life for FPX.
absolutely.
Here we
Elk
go.
walks too close to wall. I thought Life was going to take this, but they have to know that Elk is on his
They
way
can
back.
do
They
it
have to
now,
know.
right into the wall, and On, he will end up getting one back, so that's 2 kills to the Rel, but we give another one over to FPX, and Doctum gets it.
Hey guys, thank you for the transfer of the buffs. We wanted them on the Misfortune as well. FPX will be more than happy taking those double buffs away from On onto the Rel and getting that kill onto Misfortune, again snowballing that early power that Misfortune has.
Oh,
Getting
God.
back into base, grabbing any early AD, a pickaxe or a BF sword, even better for Doctum right here. There's going to be so much raw power in
Get
the hands
up
of that
there,
AD
Life.
carry.
Go save his life. Go do it. CDC's in trouble. You gotta save the Croc, man. He's having not a great time up there. It's full health, a level up over him. Gonna be even now. Now Life is going on the way, but now Milky Way is also here. So we're just changing sides of the map. But it's gonna turn into a 4v3 in favor of BLG as Knight has come over, dashes over the wall. Milky Way is getting low. The speed up is there,
There's
and
no
Way
flash.
picks up the kill. BLG are now getting collapsed on because there's another person coming, and it's Care all the way from mid lane, getting locked down by On, but they'll take him down with the Valkyrie there. Way and Knight still stepping forward. The phosphorus bomb gonna hit, but that is a massive advantage now, baby, being carved out by FPX because Knight has gone overextended. Knight gets the kill, flashes away, is gonna not die to Care as he flashed and dashed over the wall. What a play from BLG to scrape nothing and find something.
Carry's so
No,
close. He's
no.
still chasing. Look in the mid lane. On is on the way.
That hurts.
Oh, Knight. He gets out. That was literally half an auto attack from Care, but BLG moves so darn quickly on the map. This is why you cannot catch a break anywhere. FPX expends so many flashes to play for that bot side of the map, and BLG shift the pressure towards the top. As you'll see, On and Life all the way towards the top side, but that Hex Flash was a little bit too far forward from Life. Ends up being punished a little bit, and by that time, Knight has already pressured that mid. He's the first one, but we have another dive bot.
They've dove onto Elk, have killed him. But I don't know if they're going to be able to follow that. Shattering Strikes comes up. We're looking back at Live. Yeah, this replay is cool. On is trying to get more kills here. Is the bird going to be enough? The healing there. Bullet time. Is he going to die too? One more auto. And it's enough. Life takes it. And this is a smorgasbord of action. We are 12 kills in, rather, at 6.5 minutes. My goodness.
Are you not entertained? BLG said we need to win this series 2-0 to take first place. And FPX said bet. 2,000 gold up. 6 minutes on the in. And I am loving what I'm seeing right here, Mazel. Because we've been talking about FPX and what's been going wrong for them. And it hasn't necessarily been anything that's been going massively wrong. It's just been inconsistency in performing. And right here, Doctum and Life, they've been pinning Elk since Mini 1, where they found him in that tri-brush. Life has been playing so well onto this Poppy. We were talking a lot about the setup that this Poppy could potentially be missing by not necessarily having a point-and-click CC to set up for Misfortune. But Doctum right now is hitting 2-0-3. 5 out of 7 kill participation means that most of this activity has been happening towards the bot side of the map. Doctam is definitely 100% set up for success right here. Onto a champion that, if gets fed up in the early, get that extra AD early on, you can definitely snowball into that lane.
Now we're taking a look at top lane. Beautiful slicing Maelstrom here. It actually makes the difference, but Lamb's Respite does come out in the end. So we get both ultimates from FPX. Ben does make it out alive after burning his flash and his, but that's a huge dissuasion of the gank.
Great stuff from
Step
Ben like
back
that,
up.
using his flash to get out. JDG is thinking about it, doesn't have the flash, only has slice and dice, and Ben would have to get a little bit too close to that creep to get the back end of the W from the Renekton. However, again, whenever all these plays happen, I'm looking at what's happening in the mid lane, and Knight always has first step in the river. Any single time that FPX try to make a play towards any side of the map, it is Knight with the first move on the map. However, he's gonna find FPX's jungler, just looking, putting that ward down, caught Milky Way on his blue buff, nothing else for now. On has been forced to play a lot more aggressive than we knew him ever since Wei has joined the team, and that's because a lot of the pressure has been put into this early game to get BLG ahead, and it has been a heck of an early game.
Yeah, and I want to take a look back to some of the things we wanted to see from FPX coming to this one. I think the activity to match some of what Wei was bringing, but also with this composition itself and getting Milky Way some activity to get him ahead on the Kindred is super important. And so far we have seen that, right? He's on 3 marks. He's going to be close to that 4th already, which is actually huge to get super early into the game. But it really is still about trying to maintain some of this consistency for them. You're going to be getting to these first items here soon. You do not want to kind of let off the gas. Yes, you have a lot of scaling options. You have a lot of strength. But if Milky Way starts to fall behind, it can be a serious problem for FPX in this game.
Oh, absolutely. And let's remind everyone, BLG are known for their team fighting. And if you look over, they have a massive wombo combo coming into FPX. The Kennen, the Rel, the massive engages, the all-ins that this composition has. Now, wait, he has been spotted.
Got hit in the wall there. He's in trouble. Yeah, burns his flash. That's going to be big. You want that flash on the Lilia to be able to get the flash lilting lullabies. We also have the next grubs coming up, and FPX have already taken 3, so they're on the verge of grub again.
Honestly, hats off to Life. I feel like he has been pulling on around the Rift this entire early game. He is still level 5. He needs to find that level 6, which is very important if they want to start taking scams.
On is
find
level
on.
6. See if that makes a difference here, though. He's going to use the crash out to get away. They were also bringing up Doctam from that mid lane, as we've seen lane transitions as the marksmen from mid lane go back to the bot lane, and we'll actually have Doctam and Elk go at each other in mid lane. I think that actually helps a little bit for BLG. Do not mind the Lucian in the side lane, but they did end up giving over the grub again, so that's going to be something they're going to have to pay for later.
Life, please, go to a lane, leech some XP, get that level 6, buddy. He's still level 5 mid laners. Top lane is level 9. And Life is still level 5 as now it's going to use the calling right. The 80 carries are ganking now? What is happening? He's
strutting to make it rain. Care wants to go and immediately flashes out his way. Has come in. The lilting lullaby going to be hit by the W of Knight, so not going to make much proc damage on that one. FPX trying to make a counterplay on the other side of the map. They're just going to get the slicing Maelstrom out from Ben to clear that wave. Also, Elk has been taking the mid lane turret and does get a plate for himself there.
Okay, so let's do a summary of what's been happening. Doctam pushes mid lane, starts strutting, as you said, towards the bottom of the map, ganks Knight. Nothing comes off of this. Wei has to use his ultimate to trade any situation. Perfect. Meanwhile, FPX tried to go for a gank towards the top of the map, for a dive rather. Take the flash and ult off of ZDZ. Hisimo was waiting around, but Ben uses the ultimate to clean up the wave. And he has been action non-stop in this game. The beneficiary of this action, of course, being Doctam. 1.4 thousand gold up onto Elk's Ezreal. 2-0 and 3. Bloodthirster already completed. So not only does this Misfortune hit like a truck, but she also has that life steal, extra little bit of survivability on those big fights to come. And we just mentioned the wombo combo. That Bloodthirster could be the difference between life or death.
And it's going to take a lot of reservation. It's going to take a lot of coolness under pressure for Doctum because they will be knowing to wait for the bullet time. He's going to have to wait out some of the CC chains that BLG can bring to the table and find that perfect positioning, because if he does, it's going to make the biggest difference in the fight. And that's that kind of consistency, that carry potential that FPX relied on in spring in a lot of their team fighting efforts. So glad to see him put in a position of power, but now they're going to move that position of power down towards this dragon, as it could be the first one for FPX or the second for BLG. Looks like BLG are just going to give this side of the map.
Yeah, I feel like for BLG, it's very scary.
Oh, Knight, you overextended, bud. That is a poppy, and life is lethal.
Life reminds me a lot of Crisp on that Leona game. He's literally everywhere, and that's exactly what we asked for when it comes to Milky Way, being able to carry, being able to get ahead. He's already got 4 marks on the Kindred, like 12 minutes in, he already had 4 marks, and it does come down to this bot lane. They're taking control versus BLG's bot lane straight off that level 1, Doctum.
Lilting maybe being popped here. They are going to get it out. True Shot Barrage going to get the proc, but it's not nearly going to be enough damage. The Dragon did go down to Milky Way. He also has his 4th mark now, so going to have that first additional. And he'll have Kraken Slayer. So Milky Way hitting a pretty big stride here. Doctum needs to be very careful. Going to get the heal. They engage there from On. Goes a little bit wide. Nice flash. Bullet time coming out. On's going to die to the turret. Really big play. Life and Doctum, they heard us talking smack. They are turning it up here in game number 1.
Oh, absolutely. And that looked a little bit messy from BLG. But again, they're overcommitting to the play. They're trying to make plays themselves. Seeing as FPX are constantly active on the map. 4,500 the gold lead right now for FPX. Majority of that on that Misfortune. Doctum banks in yet another kill. And again, all of this pressure that Doctum and Knight have been creating on the map have been taking pressure off of Milky Way. He's slowly been farming up an entire storm. Life is top lane now.
Yeah, honestly, this is like the dirtiest Poppy solo queue nightmare game. Like, he is fine. The Hex flashes that have just been so dirty. Like, Knight dies here with flash still up.
That is absolutely perfect, though. He W flashes through the wall. Yep. There is absolutely no way to react right there from Knight. He didn't have his flash available. You cannot E while the W's up as well. We see, top lane.
Oh, they got him, though. BLG have pounced themselves. They just got Bin a double kill, and that just might mean that Giga Bin is activated.
Ooh, and when you get too active on the map, you might overcommit to a situation. Bin shuts that down. 3-0 now, very close to his first item. Is he under pressure?
Milky Way's trying to get over here as fast as possible. Now they're going to take the fight into Way. Tried to take the Gromp, and he'll just die anyways. Milky Way comes away with a second kill there. They have the Rift Herald available to them as well. Now we're looking mid lane. The ADC's going toe-to-toe. We are getting collapsed by FPX. Alka just giving his life. Oh, he tried to get it. He tried to get that double up, but it didn't have the angle. Couldn't curve the bullet, but the Rift Herald might be able to curve into this turret.
That is a Rift Herald, but there's no HP bars or mana bars to back that one up. Life's gonna show up on.
Oh my god, he gets him again. Dude, Life has just found a way, as he consistently has in FPX's bright moments, especially looking back to spring. My goodness, this Poppy is despicable.
This Poppy's coming out of nowhere. She's everywhere on the map. I'm scared. I'm scared to open any cupboards in my house right now because Life's Poppy is probably gonna spring out of one of those. Now, Shadow and Doctum are here taking that mid lane tier 1, very important, while Care is taking that top lane tier 1 as well. Has Milky on his side as well. Bin is looking.
Way is around the corner here, but they already took the turret. Now Bin is in a lot of trouble. Man, the decision making from BLG has been tragic so far in this part of the game. We do see them fall prey yet again, but Knight, he has TP'd. Maybe he's the Knight in Shining Armor for BLG. Doesn't have as much damage, though. The Blade of the Rune King is nice. And now you don't have your jungler over here. So both BLG and FPX make it away. Does end up losing Bin's life for it, though.
I feel like FPX are creating so much chaos for BLG. BLG do not know, for the first time in a while, how to respond. We know BLG to be so quick-witted on the map in terms of the decisions that they make and the lanes they choose to hit. You remember over in spring, you take one side from BLG, they'll take the entire other side of the map for free. And BLG have been constantly trying to put pressure, create opportunities. We saw the 3-0 going over to Bin, and instantly FPX shut that down. Now, 2,000 gold lead onto Kindred. 2,000 gold lead onto the Misfortune. They've got 280 carries set up for success.
We're going to be getting to the points where you have to start taking some of these team fights, and the fact that Doctum has such a lead. We already have 2 members, 2 carries, by the way, of FPX on 2 items. Well, I thought On might make the tragic move, but he does end up going the long way there to get to ZDZ. His pop dominance is buying a lot of time. His Care comes down, the flash comes out from ZDZ. Swirl Seed hits onto Care. Lilting Lullaby is available. He's going to pop it. He wants to get this. Slicing Maelstrom is there too. Ben trying to get the lockdown. True Shot Barrage. It's going to be Way that gets it in the end. And now ZDZ turning back on On. Life finds him again. That's going to be the lockdown, though, coming right back to him. And now that Knight and Elk are here, they have the damage to back this up. Another 2 kills goes to Ben.
You poke a bear, the bear is gonna strike back. BLG taking 3 down. Finding ZDZ. Hold on a minute. This started by them chasing down ZDZ, and ZDZ is the sole survivor of this whole plan down the both side of the map. Luckily for Doctum, doesn't get involved in this one, so managed to keep his bounty. But let's watch this one more time. ZDZ overextends a little bit. His team was on the entire other side of the map. Care TPs into this one, does have the flash available, but doesn't dodge the Q. Sorry, the E from Lilia, which means that it's a very easy ult going down from Way. And sure, Slicing Maelstrom was not up by that point, but Ben didn't actually need it. Life overextends right here. Ends up going down. Ben, huge ultimate right here to zone away the Doctum's Misfortune as well, and just about survives by dodging the last bullet on, and Ben getting out with 1 HP, but still, that's a victory for BLG. They do manage to shut down that Kindred.
That is the case, but it's still FPX going back out of the map and claiming a dragon, so that'll be 2nd dragon for them, as ZDZ is going to be preyed upon by On here as he stops his back for a moment. But that is actually really nice, though. I think something to really highlight for this earlier part of the game for FPX is they have had almost complete neutral objective control. They lost the 1 dragon there, but they've gotten all 6 scrubs. They got the Rift Herald. They've gotten 2 dragons. I think it's been a really nice, cohesive effort from FPX, which is one of the biggest conversations we had coming into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been playing so aggressive, and it actually seems to suit them so much.
Yeah.
Life being everywhere onto this Poppy, I think, has been the difference maker. A lot of the times when you see things like the Nautilus, the Alistar, the Leona, all of those very active, engaged supports being taken out of the pool, you're like, what's left? And Life, not only does he bring in the Poppy, but we're actually worried in terms of what setup is actually the Poppy going to be able to bring in to get those wombo combos together with Misfortune. And it wasn't just necessarily about enabling that Misfortune. It was about enabling the dives towards the bot side of the map, punishing Elk for playing a little bit of a weaker kind of champion compared to the Misfortune in that early game. They shut him down early, and Doctum ever since is now almost on his 3rd item. 20 minutes in that Misfortune is absolutely popping. The only champion they have not yet been able to shut down for BLG.
Knight, that's a bad call. That's a big croc right there, and he gets the solo in a 1v2. He will end up falling to Way, but now Milky Way is chasing down On. Look how much damage he does. He isn't even on that 7th mark just yet. And dodge out the Swirl Seed there as well, but big pick off onto Knight, and that's been a couple times now already.
Yeah, and as you can see, Milky Way just about almost
Ben!
Nice flash.
Giga Chad! I love that. He predicted the escape and goes for the kill. On also died at the end. And big trades across the map. The TP coming out for Ben to get him to safety. Realized that there might be a play onto him, and he will make it away with his Bandit Gold.
A Misfortune, a very fast champion as well. Ben just about getting out. Didn't see how On died right there, but that was a beautiful flash from Ben to predict
Really
the escape route from Care. That's just mean solo queue, for real. You got if you see the ward, you gotta kill the ward. I don't make the rules myself. Supports do, and you gotta see
Scanner, you have to, right?
Yeah. It's like the listing queue. If you hit a champion with it, you gotta take it. Like, even if you have to use your only control ward to hop back to your ward, you have to take the Q just to establish some dominance.
Well, there hasn't really been established dominance just yet in this game. We have dominance. It's close enough. But we still have about 3,000 gold down by BLG, which, in some games, especially their first games of series, has been a bit of a tradition at this point. But we still know them to be that team fighting team. and they'll be getting to these big item spikes. They're already on 2 items for pretty much everybody, and Wei has his Seeker's Arm Guard. So we're getting ready on this top side for BLG to just try to make an aggressive play here. They're going for it. I think they go for the lulting lullaby. The true shot perhaps comes out before, so the damage is already done. Knight gets the kill there. Too big bullet time from Doctum. And now BLG in trouble. Bin can't decide where he wants to come in because ZDZ has made that decision for him. One's down. Is the winner in all of this. The man is a masterful misfortune, and he's 7-0-4.
Oh, absolutely. Doctum is going crazy in those fights. BLG are going to pull in the TP from Knight. Baron has been started, but it's only 3 members and not a lot of HP on their bars right now. FPX are going to have to fall back. BLG have managed to successfully take them off this Baron, but I'm not sure who's going to be able to take that bounty off of Doctum when Doctum actually uses his flash to play aggressively in those fights. 7-0-4, third item just completing his inventory and Infinity Edge. And let's watch this one more time. That is a great engage right there from Wei. He hits both of the carries from the side of FPX. Milky will manage to get far back, but can't save his teammate with the ultimate. However, that bullet time in the choke point was absolutely lethal, and it's what splits BLG apart. And you mentioned Bin trying to find his way in, but when the fight is so split apart, it's so difficult for Kennen to find his own footing without the main engage in the front line.
It is so difficult, and now that Doctum is on 3 items, the fact he's played so reserved, played so cleanly so far, it is so difficult for BLG to approach. We also have 8th mark completed for Milky Way, and we got to show some love to Doctum. Again, in spring, he was who they relied on a lot of time for the late game carries, and that hadn't been the case for a lot of this summer. But coming over from DRX Challengers, right, he wasn't even on the main roster before he got brought over here in LCK. So it's really nice. Obviously, he was in the past, but it's really nice to see FPX kind of picking up the ashes and finding a bit of a rebirth of his own here for Doctum on the team.
8 marks right here as well onto Milky Way, showing him taking that dragon. And I feel like for Doctum and a lot of the players on the side of FPX as they're fighting over that blue buff.
That's a little bold, Doctum. I literally just cast or curse you to hell, buddy. I'm so sorry. I will initiate my apology as it's Elk who has turned it on. And that's going to be a double kill to them. They're going to push it down here. And they could even go for the spare, and they have all 5.
BLG are looking for the Baron for sure right here. Milky Way is gonna beeline towards the top side of the map, see if he can potentially pull in any type of shenanigans, try to steal that Baron. It's going down so freaking quickly. You've got double marksman on it. Can Milky Way make the difference right here? He can't even make his way in.
It's not going to be fast enough. It just came up. He might look forward, but that is already PLG taken. And now FPX might have overextended. Luckily, they have a lot of mobility to get away from that. But my goodness, in one fell swoop, BLG have turned this game completely around. Now they're in the primary team fighting position as they'll be getting close to those third items here as well. Let me take a look back at that one. And as I was praising him, the power of Cast a Curse becomes live.
Over blue buff.
Oh my god, man.
The thing with Misfortune is he's very, very strong and very agile as well when it comes to those fights with the extra speed that he gets from a kid, of course. However, when you have no flash and you are in a choke point and you're committing yourself to standing still to cast bullet time, you are a very, very easy target for BLG when you are flashless. They've got so many champions that can dive forward. Talking about it.
Dude, BLG have just said, we are done with this game. We are going to fight you in your jungle and force your hand just like you did for the first 20 minutes of this game. But they are the ones that are taking advantage of it here. And now that lead is still going to be about 1,000. But Elk is trying to get this outer turret. And that lead's going to switch over to BLG as they take this second tier outer. As could be traded a little bit slower in the top side by Care. And BLG moving to this mid lane.
And a little reminder right here, that was a 3,000 gold lead for that Misfortune. It's been chopped in half.
Yeah.
After all of those objectives going down, as well as the Baron and a bunch of kills. towards
They gotta
Elk.
get top. They didn't do as much damage to the inhib turret there. Luckily, Karen decides to back off as the backs had come through, but both inhib turrets and top and bot get a little bit of tickle.
Now, before you cuss, Doctum, I was just about to say, it has never been about whether Doctum or anyone on FPX can perform or not, because we have seen them at their best. It's been more about the consistencies.
We just can't say his name. We're not allowed. We're not allowed to say his name because it just makes him go crazy. I don't know what it is.
What are you doing
That's
there?
2 times.
Doctum, what are you doing there? There is nothing in this river. There's no Baron, there's no Skullcrab. There is not even a bit of a jungle on any quadrant. Top or bottom, nothing.
We have to sign our agreement right
nothing.
now, Trouble. We cannot say his name for the rest of the game. We will not curse him like that. He was in such a good position, and we've killed him twice now. No, but I'll actually making light of it. It is a rough position for FPX because this is a position they've been in time and time again. They've had so many close series that are ripped straight out of their own hands. As a tier 2 goes down in topside, this Baron buff power play is almost reaching 4,000 now, and it ain't stopping as they're going to continue to push it into an inhib tower in topside. FPX, they want to try to stop this, but they just can't. There's no resources.
There is not much wave clear without the bullet time from Doctum's Misfortune. And as he was down, BLG just marched forward, took every single outer tower, still standing for FPX from a 5,000 gold deficit. They are up almost 2,500 gold themselves. That gold graph shows exactly the situation right there. And I am honestly speechless. We do know BLG for having fun games, but it really did feel like that early game purely belonged to FPX. Out of the efforts of that bot lane, Doctum and Life having a fantastic early game, bleeding through the entire map. BLG were scrambling to try and find picks across the map, but right here, once the teamfight stopped, BLG are queens in terms of teamfights. Life looking.
Trying to find a little bit of damage. Milky Way does have the Dream Dust on him. But yeah, the fact that Doctum has gone like the last 5 minutes without a single kill. He was 0 kills. Oh my god, we're just going in. Lilting Lullaby is actually so huge right now. Big slicing Maelstrom, and we said they were waiting for the team fights. They do find them, but Milky Way trying to do his best impression right back to them. Gets gunned down by Elk, and the carries are still alive. The jungler is still alive, and BLG, they've roared to life.
Doctum was nowhere near their screen when that engage went on BLG. Spot only 4 members of FPX, and they know they can take him down with numbers advantage. Fantastic chain of their ultimates as well. Wade taking that Kindred ultimate first and then Bin capitalizing right after he pops. Great stuff right there from BLG. And again, they are the queen. BLG is the queen of team fighting. The best team that we have in the LPL for that incredible engage by On. Way too late on the W by Life. And whilst Wei puts down the ultimate to take the Kindred ultimate away, that's where Bin pops it right after. And by the time Doctum gets in this fight, it's way too little, way too late.
We're starting to see BLG find their strength.
Dead even.
It's crazy when you had so much strength for Doctum. Again, I was trying to say before that fight kicked off, he was 7-0-4. Like at 21 minutes or so, right? Like he was so strong, and we haven't been able to see him pick up anything, let alone an assist, just the deaths. So trying to find a way to get Doctum into these fights now and get this wombo combo off cleanly is what we have to see for FPX, because they are slowly but surely starting to lose grip on reality in this game number 1.
It's becoming a little bit difficult again. FPX do not have the setup to start any fights. Yes, they do have a bunch of range, but so does BLG. But BLG have the go buttons to do that. They've got Wei and they've got On. That's easier, of course, to do with the Rel when there is no flash onto Wei's Lilia. Baron will be coming up, and as a cherry on top, it will also be a mark for Milky Way. That will be his 9th.
It's burning so fast.
However, it's already gone, and FPX do not have position. The TP is going to come in, but you don't have any access.
Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the Doctum bullet time, but that will not be the case. The Baron goes down, and BLG are looking for a fight. They were looking for a big swirl seed on the side. Now, oh, they get yeeted on out of there. So now FPX, they might have to fight. Life is going down low, though. Bullet time is going to claim a kill back on a Knight. On is back into the fight now, though, and that's very difficult for FPX to manage as they will back. Oh, Elk was trying to go for the arcade shift over the wall and follow Care there. Care needs to be a little bit careful, but the Baron buff was still secured on 4 members of BLG.
Man, the mid laners have been having a rough time. At the beginning of the series, we're like, hey, listen, the support jungle synergy is so good right now, but the better mid laner wins. Both of his mid laners have been having a really, really rough game. In particular for Care, he hasn't been able to make that quirky damage stick because he's pretty much dead at the start of every fight. Right here, as we can see, JDG is pretty much blocking one of the choke points through that river from the Baron play from BLG, and a great flash E onto Knight. He has been pretty much the one member that has been getting bullied from the sort of BLG. They will trade that support life for the mid laner, which is worth it momentarily. However, BLG do have the pink or purple. Oh, on.
Oh, they actually might have the re-engage. Yeah, Life has to get the Lamb's Respite out of Milky Way. Oh my god, that was one Mystic shot, by the way, from Elk, and Elk just dies right back to Milky Way. And that'll be big because ZDZ is now on the other side, trying to go in, though. He's by himself. FPX want push in mid lane. They realize BLG are not good testing them here. They have the priority to push this one down.
Life has been instrumental with the way he's been using his flashes and hex flashes, taking control around the jungle, trying to play from fog of war, jumping through walls, finding picks. Incredible. It is so incredibly hard to do this with a pick like Poppy. Oh, they got Doctor there. It does have cleanse.
There's a Gigabin stomping his way in here. This is terrifying. It's like a nightmare unleashed, but it's denied. Life gets him, and there you go. That's the play we've been waiting for from FPX this entire time. The team fight denied for BLG, and FPX show their fangs.
Life's Poppy has been absolutely incredible this series. Again and again, I'm gonna say it's so difficult to play Poppy into what BLG have offering in those team fights, and Life denying Bin with a last second wood in this brush and instant E on the wall. Life has been pretty much the life or death of FPX
Look
right
at
here,
the vision.
unironically. Just about,
my God.
they seem the last second ward, and Life pins him onto the wall with the E. That would have been FPX popped. Bin has 4 items on this cannon.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think a little bit of the indecision killed him there. I think if he goes a little initially, maybe it's different. But in the end, the denial is there, and that's what this Poppy pick brings to the table: the denial of entry by a lot of the engage tools that BLG want to center in these team fights. We are getting ready for another dragon, though, here, Trouble, and we got to get this mid priority underway.
Absolutely. FPX, it's very difficult for them to try and fight in open areas. There is no walls for Life to try and find picks on, and BLG are on their third. They want to deny Soul.
They do. FPX are still going to be there, but they're going to give it up as Dragon goes over. Will be tied 3-3. BLG on. He steps up. He misses the Shattering Strikes, but Knight is still right behind him to get the damage down. Bin was looking for an angle on the other side. Elk trying to get some poke down, stop the strutting from Docdown, but he can't get the shield off there, so the strutting will continue. Bin is on the top side. The vision is not going to get him. He flashes. There you go. A second round, and maybe that's just enough, but everybody's getting away from him, and Bin goes down. That's a lot of your gold. That's a lot of your setup. And FPX, they are playing together, and the Phoenix is strong as a true shot barrage. Melts that Phoenix in half, and Milky Way is going to get the Lamb's Respite, but he's in between a rock and a hard place. ZDZ, he's going down too, and BLG, they somehow pull the mechanics out, and they find the wipe off the back of huge carries from Knight and Elk, and they will push for the win. BLG needed a 2-0, and they're on that track.
It has not looked clean this game, but a 2-0, as you said, is all they need, and a W is a W. You see Knight laughing as well. He's had a tough game all game long, but the triple kill to solidify that first win versus FPX.
What a game to kick us off. It was absolutely insane, and also massively heartbreaking for FPX. And I think, honestly, that might be the tale of FPX here, especially in the Rumble stage. They have been so close to taking down top teams in so many games, and the coordination, the communication, it starts to falter. And we see things like this where BLG take full advantage of it. Any thoughts from you before we send it off to a break, Georgia?
if I'm live, I'm gutted. That's all I have to say. That was an incredible Poppy performance.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but maybe they'll be able to bring a little bit of fire back to it with game number 2. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL Summer, the final day of the Rumble stage, and we couldn't have more bangers. That first game delivered everything you could ever ask for. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble. We're going to be getting into second game now, but we got to talk about what just happened because FPX had it in their hands. It was right there. It was right there. And then BLG just came and bullied them away from it.
Yeah, it had everything anyone ever asked for, except for an FPX W. Bin, the only serious member on that BLG roster for at least game number 1, tried his best to rail everyone back and be like, whoa, guys, we really need to keep it together here. Again, BLG played towards the top side of the map, got Bin ahead, and Bin had some fantastic ultimates to solidify the deal right there. However, if you watch game 1, this is the reason why BLG cannot win 2-0 versus other teams. This game should have been a loss for them. The FPX had everything they wanted, and you lose 2 team fights back to back to someone like BLG, you are going to lose the game.
Yeah, I hate to. We'll do this and we'll move past it, but you have to talk about the sore thumb, and it was the fact that Docdom at 7-0. Got caught twice in a row. Didn't find any kill participation really after that besides 1 more kill and 2 more assists. And that was at like 21 minutes, a little bit after that. So it really felt rough because FPX had so much going for them, but a couple slip-ups in positioning that BLG took full advantage of is why BLG are one of the best teams in fighting for first place right now. We said at the beginning they needed a 2-0. They pulled that one back from the brink, and now momentum's on their side.
Absolutely, and I feel like for FPX right here, you also need to keep in mind on what your comp is really good at. They didn't have a lot of setup. They had a lot of damage, but no setup. Primarily, their composition was built around BLG running at them and then being able to peel backwards with the likes of the Poppy and the Kindred ultimate to keep their members alive and then possibly re-engage onto BLG, which is something very bold to do in the first place because you are playing for those team fights, which BLG are really good at. However, I feel like Life gave them such advantage in that early game. We were looking for something for FPX, for a breath of fresh air, and I feel like Life brought just that with the Poppy, Halo Blade, constant pressure all around the map. He was finding some fantastic angles for flanks, playing through Fog of War, Hex flashing through walls. It was an incredible performance. Honestly, this is why I wish sometimes there was like an MVP award for the loser team, because Life would 100% take that one for me.
I love that we got the Fnatic jerseys in the crowd. Oh, represent. As maybe not going to be too happy about recent history. But anyways, let's talk about this series a little bit more. Those implications here. BLG will not claim first place if they do lose a game here in this series. It's the final best of 3 for both these teams before we see them in the playoffs, which is actually a pretty long way down the road. Maybe a little bit more so for BLG as they're in one of the top spots. But this is also maybe focusing in on the Judgment Day aspect that I talked about going into this one. Milky Way, it's another time where he gets a carry, he gets a pick that we think is going to be really good for him. He looks really good on it. It falters, and we don't find that success for him. And we can see this time and time again, but how many times we're going to see it until it works? And I want to see if FPX are going to dip back into that bucket here as we go back into draft for game number 2. BLG, they're on the blue side. It's the Ashe, the Leona, the Misfortune. FPX are going to ban away the Sejuani and the Kennen, so a lot of the setup tools for BLG.
However, things like the Gnar and the Rumble are going to be up and available, and Bin really loves playing lane bullies, such as both of the ones that I did mention. Maokai also open. I'm feeling like here, BLG might be... Oh, I was about to say, might leave Maokai open to give it to the hands of Wei, try to play something more aggro into it, but it's not going to be the case. Ball facilitating junglers will be taken away from Wei's hands. And is this going to be a Rumble B1? Does BLG still value that champion that highly?
I'm really curious if we're just going to go with any of the big meta picks here. First and foremost, looking at the prio mid. Oh, it is just going to be the Lucian for BLG, so... If it ain't a little broke, don't fix it, I guess. It's the double lock-in of the Rumble and the Ezreal. The Rumble was something that BLG banned away last time around, too.
Yeah, and Docdom is a very known Ezreal player as well. One of the most prominent AD carries in the current meta. Extremely safe. Saying extremely safe, Elk did not have a very safe early game last game. But that's on him. BLG Now, they're looking for the
Yeah.
jungler. Wei has been favoring the likes of Lilia in terms of what AP or carry jungler he wants to play. It has been one of his more prominent carries in the jungle. And Bin right here could be
Why
locking.
not?
He is going to lock in the... I mean,
So-
I guess, sure, it's Bin.
So there is some flexibility. I do feel like the Rumble's okay into the top lane matchup right now, but I mean, Life has been known to pull out the Rumble support. Don't know if we're necessarily going to get that here, as we do have the double poke marksman that we have been seeing pulled together so many times here recently in the Ezreal and the Corki. FPX going to be backing up a ton of damage, but they need setup now. They need to find engage. They need to find lockdown to make sure that this damage can stick.
Talking about damage and sticking to targets, Poppy. Life's going to
You
get that
have
one
to.
banned away from him, but there's other prominent supports right now that can engage fights, like Alistar, like Nautilus, like Rel. All of those are still up and available in the pool. You also have the likes of Brom if you want to go again with something more peeling versus BLG, but then again, you're sort of inviting BLG to make the plays onto you, which is definitely not a very clever idea, knowing how BLG are so good at team fighting and finding angles onto you. Let's see what the last ban will be here. Last time it was that Alistar banned away. This time it's going to be the Kindred. We're getting some vintage Milky Way. By vintage, I mean spring. It was literally like earlier this year. It's not that much vintage yet. However,
Can't be much
it's
vintage
more
with
of a
him.
playmaker in the early game. I love this. I feel like FPX bringing chaos onto the Rift worked for them versus BLG in that game number 1. However, right here, I'm assuming a Rakan or a Nautilus will be taken onto On's hands to facilitate for that Kai'Sa getting some access into the backline, getting some CC. Which one of the two is it going to be? A lot of squishy targets, so I would assume that both can be extremely viable right here.
Yeah, I think as much CC chaining you can do with those plasma stacks, I think is really, really good. They're going to go with the Rel, so you get multi-stacks of the plasma when the combo comes off. Really like that for BLG and On specifically. I think we saw how much activity we got from both supports
Mazel.
in that game number 1. I'm going to see it
Hear me
continue.
out.
Uh-huh. The pipe?
Blitz crank.
Oh, okay. I could see it. I could also
The
see the
spree-
Rumble go in support.
Wait a minute.
I mean, we
is
like
it
we
is the
said,
case.
yeah, like we said, Life has played it. It is something he's willing to do, and especially against the Rel, who doesn't have really a lot of exit strategy once you go in, can be cooking in that bot lane.
Yeah, and absolutely do not mind ZDZ onto Cassante. He's one of these best champions to date, and he's been able to actually carry games with the Cassante, even after all those waves of nerfs that happened under this Cassante, and we've landed in this iteration right here. However, I will say this time with a little bit more confidence than the Poppy, there is not a lot of setup coming in from Life. This is a kill lane. They're going down the bot lane with the intention to set Elk and On the back foot, and this time around they are going to need the setup from the jungle. Milky Way is going to have to play a huge part in that early game for FPX.
I also think the mid lane needs to be a little bit more active, maybe a little bit more
Alive?
present.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's alive, I would say, because last time around definitely weren't the main shots of the game itself. But you also have to remember the big story coming into this one. If BLG do take a 2-0, they will take first place and go into the playoffs as that first seed. FPX have a possibility of doing something incredible and stopping their huge slump to finish out the regular season. And BLG have not been known to be a clean team. They have not had a clean 2-0 since week 3 of the Rumble stage. We'll see if FPX can regain some of their confidence, can pick themselves back up after being shattered in that game number 1, and if BLG are going to be the ones to take a 2-0 victory tonight. Let's head to game number 2 of FPX versus Billy Billy. Let's see, the crowd is full there in Shanghai. I love to see it. Got everybody there for the last day of the Rumble stage. As we get into it, it's still Judgment Day for Milky Way. And we're going to have to find out what he can do against Wei, who's had some big consistencies for BLG since coming into the roster.
He absolutely has, and Milky Way, he is one of his champions that made him pop off over in spring, that made him known to people that didn't know who that chocolate bar of the LPL was. And coming into this one with that Lee Sin, we need to see a little bit more activity towards those early stages of the game. I think you highlighted it very well as well. We talked a lot about how the support jungle meta has been very mid-centric, playing around that mid lane, bleeding into objectives has been. He's gonna channel his inner the Shy, trying to force the jungler level 1 out of his jungle. However, that's gonna slow down Milky Way, but ZDZ is gonna take some control of that top side of the map. So let's see if Bin, with these shenanigans in the jungle, is actually not gonna lose much. ZDZ is gonna keep the lane pretty neutral.
And I do like to see both junglers starting up top side, because I think there can be some room for some big advantages on bot side to lead to some of those objective controls and things like that, especially leading to On and Life getting out of the lane. But they will both be pathing down that way, just like in game number 1. So we'll see if that pathing leads to some of that aggressiveness. But honestly, I also got to throw a little bit more of that spotlight onto Wei himself. Because it's been a big difference since he came onto BLG. A lot of that direction that we knew from him on RNG, that legacy RNG jungler that kind of stayed over after everybody had left, and Xiaohu, more importantly, one of the big directionary tools of RNG left. He gained a lot of experience in leading a team in that fashion. So it's been really nice to see him utilize that on BLG.
It absolutely shows here as well on BLG. A lot of the activity in this early game comes from Wei, forces On to move towards the top side of the map as well. This is going to be a cannon missed right here from Bin. Just about gets it. Now, I was very worried with the pathing and Bin delaying Milky Way on his first clear towards the top side of the map, because I was expecting Wei could very easily sprint through mid, get an invade onto Milky Way. However, the fact that Doctam and Life are playing such an oppressive early game bot lane, it's not very easy for Wei to try and find an invade right here, because that bot lane from FPX would very easily dip into the river and back up their jungler Knight. Looking. Does a few trades.
Dog's got a little bit of a bite. They end up trading care out. We'll have to TP back to lane. Might see what that priority gives us here, but it does look like Wei said he didn't want the smoke on bot side. Is not even going to be contesting for that side of the map, and go towards this top side to get the trade of Scuttles.
Yeah, I feel like this is the only one scary lane from FPX that you definitely do not want to be getting anywhere near. And honestly, with the performance that they had in game number 1, they're overall the scariest lane that I've seen FPX had in quite a while, if you exclude performances like ZDZ on that Twisted Fade when he's going absolutely godlike. Right now, of course, on the Cassante, not going to be as much. Ooh! Just about gets the reset. Ooh, Milky Way's looking bot lane.
That would have been a big stop of the back there, but not going to be the case. Now Doctam going for it with the Arcane Jet. Doesn't have mana. They might get to kill the burn. Is it going to be enough? One more tick, and it is! That's first blood for FPX and first blood for Life.
Doctam and Life have been bullying Elkin on a straight up 2 versus 2, 2 games in a row. And I feel like a lot of the criticism on BLG when it comes to their happy, fun games has come through that bot lane, and a lot of the underestimation and the overcommitment to these plays. On stays too far forward for a little bit longer than he should. Ends up being capitalized on, and now ZDZ in trouble, but Milky Way's on his way.
I do like that Milky Way has foregone a lot of his clear just to try to get up here fast enough. Is it going to be fast enough, though? Wei getting hit by the turret. Bin is looking for it, but here comes Milky Way. He's going to get the flash out immediately. Didn't hit the Sonic Wave, so the 2v2 will quell down a little bit. There is on the way, and Milky Way is going to walk right into him over here, but in the end, On will continue moving away. And we did see Milky Way start falling a bit behind in the jungle clear speed, and it's not going to get any easier from here on out. Wei is going to get a huge tempo advantage with the Faded Ashes here completed too.
So far, he has been, let's say, awarding Lee Sin, but that is double flashes gone from Bin and Wei, and ZDZ did not lose anything in the exchange. Life now, he's looking mid, doesn't have the flash.
He's got the wraparound. On and Knight stepping up here. Wei is around the corner now, going to come in with the slow. Life doesn't have a health bar to deal with, and Knight is going to claim that one. We also got level 6 completed from him. Trying to be out of mana, though, so a little bit difficult to follow up on that one. And Care and Milky Way do make it out, but it's the trade back, and a kill goes to Billy.
Again, there is no easy setup for FPX. There's no level 6 onto Lee Sin. There's no carpet coming in from Life. Life pulls in the flank, but he's flashless, and he's very squishy because he's just a support. little bit questionable right there for FPX. Again, overcommit to a play, trying to put some pressure on the map. This frees up a little bit that bot lane, and especially Elk try and farm. Again, Kai'Sa very, very strong, especially if you leave her on a solo 1v1 versus the Ezreal later on, especially after level 6. Can deal with the Ezreal pretty quickly. Pretty good counter to that champion as well. So the later those games go, this particular game goes, the better it will be for Elk, especially when he reaches those 3 items. Yeah. Where Kai'Sa spikes. And so far, FPX have been looking around. They've had a successful bot lane kill. However, I'm staying very hopeful right here from BLG because they have stabilized the map.
I do like that FPX are leaning on their bot lane pressure to get this dragon in terms of trading those neutral objectives. They did end up giving those 3 grubs over to BLG, so that'll be something they have to deal with on that next spawn in about 4 minutes or so. But I think utilizing the strength on bot side is the way forward for FPX if they can keep playing around this and make sure that life is relevant. Because I think the big conversation is going to become, how do these pieces work in a 5-on-5? And they are going to be looking at single target damage a lot of the time. And BLG's strength of execution is just easier, it feels like, in those 5-on-5s. And
this is why it's been a question mark for me coming into this series, seeing how FPX are making it hard for themselves. The ease of execution is obviously not there. And even though Life and Dokkan have gotten the upper hand, again, there is no easy setup. There's a lot of self-agency that's going to be going through those team fights. And it comes down to FPX performing these team fights to their own discretion on what is best. However, doing that versus BLG, that are known to be the best team fighters in the LPL, is going to be a very tough task.
And I'm just terrified because I'm watching these numbers for Wei get bigger and bigger over Milky Way's, and then seeing Wei in Milky Way's side of the jungle as well. Not going to go too much further than taking the Krugs up here, but he's hovering over ZDZ. They will get vision on him, so at least Milky Way can play around that factor a little bit more. But there's some definite aggressive vision from BLG to keep Wei in the upper hand of the clear speed. Now they're looking at topside.
Yeah, ZDZ has already popped some pots. He'll pop the second one right now as well. Does have a cookie as well. Does have the ult.
Oh, the Lilting Lullaby is going to be enough. The huge Q3. Ben's going down in a 1v2. ZDZ stands strong.
And we said at the beginning, a lot of the key factors to FPX's victories has been that top lane. It has been ZDZ carrying them on things like the Twisted Fate and his Cassante. He is known for that jumping up the tops of the map. Wei has been showing tendencies to play towards being previous teammates. They've got titles together. They've tried it before, lost both their flashes. They're trying it again. Now that ZDZ is level 6 with flash up and they lose their life. ZDZ has been set up for success in this game. Well, by himself, I guess.
The amount of solo kills ZDZ has picked up is insane to me. This guy just knows how to find it and knows how to turn it on when it matters most.
Hey, he's not looking for them. They're coming at him.
They're coming to him. Yeah, they're delivered on a silver platter. But this is really tough to watch for BLG. They just weren't able to find it in the last second dodge Q3 there. Really nice.
I love how he uses the ultimate during the sleep to try and pressure further on to B and keep him under tower range. That was some great stuff from ZDZ right there. Again, one of his main champions, one that he has carried multiple games on. So being able to get ahead onto this Cassante, we're coming back to that self-agency when we're talking about the team fights. Cassante, one of the strongest champions at having that self-agency, choosing his own targets and being able to change the course of a team fight. And ZDZ right here has been starting to get all the tools available to him. You usually fall behind into the Renekton matchup, and he did. However, now he's about 100 gold ahead, which means being even in this matchup is great for you.
You'll take that all day long, honestly. Milky Way lacking a little bit on the proactivity, is not going to slouch from that now, as we have about 20 seconds till the grubs, and BLG want to take these grubs to get all 6.
I'm not going to lie to you, seeing as Milky Way has not necessarily dipped his toes into any team fight in water, skirmish in water yet, onto that Lee Sin, makes me a little bit wary going into that late game as Gary's going to...
he overestimated himself. He did that really cool outplay with the Valkyrie. He's like, I can take this guy, and ends up having to burn his flash. Meanwhile, we're going to the fight here in front of the grubs. Wei is already going down. What auto there from Dokkan. Life is running away, but they've already traded Milky Way back, and now BLG in strength of numbers with a double kill tonight are going to keep presence around mid lane.
Oh, and Knight did not have a great game in the previous one. 3-0 now, 1.2k up on Care. Grabbing those 3 kills right there, coming back with an item already. You see the Leandra has been completed for the Lilia as well. This is going to be a very, very strong mid-jungle duo coming in from the set of BLG. And again, it's starting to get a bit worrying. Milky Way, that was the first skirmish or iteration of that he has gotten himself in and instantly ends up dying. And it gets a little bit scary because we don't necessarily see Lee Sin a lot lately.
Yeah.
And in this particular instance, he has to have the setup for himself too. So it becomes a little bit harder to execute. We'll see if Milky Way, well, if anyone, Milky Way can definitely pull it off. Made his name onto this Lee Sin as well. However, now he's going to watch those Void Grabs, go over to the set of BLG.
Yeah, big thing for BLG is they have Leandries
ZDZ.
for Way as the completion comes through. ZDZ all by himself. Going to try to all out to get to the rest of the team. Does have Cassante mobility, although BLG don't want to let him just walk out. He'll go down to Way. There's a TP coming in, though, from FPX to try to fight back, but they've already lost too many bodies. Docdub and Milky Way, they're running away. Milky Way has no impact whatsoever. Going to flash, going to try to go on to Elk, maybe. Can't follow it up. Docdub, he's just in the back of the pit. His teammates are there. Does end up getting the flash over the wall in the end. And FPX, they are bloody as they walk away from that one.
Oh, BLG are looking confident here, walking up the river, full manning ZDZ. If the 2v1 didn't work twice, just bring 2 more members and you're guaranteed to make it work. They take down ZDZ, take down a lot of that pressure from the Cassante in those fights. Knight picks up yet another kill. 2,000 gold in the lead, only 12 minutes in. Kraken Slayer already completed. You know you're most likely going to be playing in the face of that Cassante. Just loving the build right here as well. Not going towards anything like the Shiv or the Blade of the Ruin King. And as you can see, Milky Way tries to find his way in, gets engaged by On, tries to get a kick. He will onto the Lilia, but he'll end up trading his life for enemy junglers. And then Life, again, not so much agency onto this Rumble. Once you get that wombo combo, you kind of become a standing ward right there. ZDZ also walks up to about 4 members of BLG.
And that's been consistent for FPX so far this series. Is they look so good. There's so many good moments, and there's a little bit of a lapse. And speaking of a lapse, maybe they are being found out here as Equalizer comes down, lilting Lullaby into a death for life again. And BLG, they are chasing them. ZDZ gets a huge combo. Big Q3, but it's not going to matter because you just served yourself up right into the mouth of BLG. That's another big play by Knight and a triple kill for the golden left hand.
7-0-1, almost 3,000 gold up on Care. Care hasn't even been dying this game. He's zeros. He's trying to farm up to get his Trinity Force, and he's just not allowed. FPX getting themselves in fights. But when you're around Knight, when he's that far ahead of the curve right now, it's so difficult to find around him. And BLG, do all they said they needed to get that first spot. Well, they're well on their way to get that. They grabbed that first game, which looked a little bit dodgy. This one, a lot more decisive. They've got the agency, they've got the engage. It's much easier to execute. You see champion, you engage champion. You leverage the fact that Knight is so far ahead in terms of gold and damage as well. And even though ZDZ, hey, Mazel, if that play was done last year, I could see the quadra kill. I swear to you, I could see the quarter kill.
If Doctum had True Shot Barrage there, I think that that makes a big difference. He used it like right before that. But in the end, or at least the damage not being there yet because he's not on the big item spikes here. So BLG, they are moving out pretty confidently. There is the Rift Tail that got started, it looked like, by FPX, but not in the end going to be completed. Care in the back of the pit, while Ben is taking a side lane turret here, so they'll be able to get that one down, and that will be first turret of the game, so even more gold to BLG. Who find themselves 5,000 up. Oh, Care, you can't walk that way, man! You're just a little pumper! As Knight takes him down. Maybe Knight doesn't like dogs, he's more of a cat person, as Rift Tail does go over the way of BLG because of that.
Do you know how confident BLG is? BLG is so confident that they're willingly fighting this 4 versus 5. Ben does not have TP.
Oh my God.
He does not have ultimate. He doesn't have any of those. They're just willingly walking into a 4 versus 5 because they've got a mid laner that counts for 3 champions right now. Almost has completed his second item as well. He's getting all that pressure towards the side lane. Level 12, the highest on the Rift. He's 5 levels up on enemy support. Knight absolute incredible performance right here. Not so seen in game number 1. However, he's making his presence known in game number 2.
He absolutely is. And this lead is going to be making its name known to FPX. He's going. Elk is going for the play of Dr. Almost dies in the end, though. Dr. not a slouch with the Trinity Force. The biggest thing here, though, is BLG. They needed a 2-0, and they've come out and handled business so far. They got to clean this one up here, though, and finish it off as Elk almost makes it another death going over. But it is a situation where BLG are in the forward hand. They have a composition that plays towards that, and the fact that they're all feeling confident means that FPX are definitely on the back foot, and they're going to continue to be. As life takes another death, and you have to question the Rumble pick at this point because Doctem goes down 2. And that's going to be 10 kills, I believe, tonight, who has just gone good. 11 kills, rather. And it is 11-0-1 for this guy, and FPX are falling apart. The wings have been clipped. The feathers are off the bird, and BLG are on it.
This is not fair. This guy has almost 2.5 items. Enemy Corki has got 2 components of Trinity Force in his inventory. Oh boy, I feel like for BLG, this game is as good as done, knowing how they're so good at capitalizing through these victories. The small victory, well, I'm calling them small victories. This guy's 4,500 gold up 17 minutes in. I don't know if that's a small victory. It looks like a big victory to me. Knight putting such a clinic here. And knowing how FPX has not got very easy ways of trying to find picks right here. It's going to have to be like one of Milky Way's flashy kicks. But he has been spotted, and that Renekton is 3 levels up.
It's just so difficult. You don't have an entrance if you're behind in this case. And this is a track record we've seen from FPX is Milky Way when behind. Can't be the engine to make the Phoenix go, as now the Rift Herald play in mid lane. Odds just going to go for the kills as they know that life can't get away time and time again. He will burn his flash, almost half his health gone too. And another charge is going to come through, though. FPX are here enforced to try to defend this one, as they're going to get way over there. He's going to go golden, though, and on Care, maybe coming down on the flank. Way's going low, trying to pop the lilting lullaby. Does come through. Care has separated BLG a bit, and they capitalize on Way under the turret.
Very nice play right there from ZDZ. The second they see Way get into that Rift Herald on.
Oh, Knight is stepping up, though. Calling to the face. There's a kickback. They got him. No, it's not enough. He dashes away. Milky Way's gone. Now Care can't clean him up either. You cannot come for the king if you're gonna miss. And Knight has made his name known. It's a triple kill for Elk, and it's a massive extinction level event for the Phoenix.
FPX, one last ditch effort to try and capitalize on Knight. 700 gold bounty on his head. If you start taking these bounties, maybe somehow you can bounce back. Feed that money onto your Ezreal. Doctem is a monster on that champion. It's not quite going to be enough. Milky Way finds a pretty good kick onto Knight. Knight has already used his E right there. So great kick right there from Milky Way to push him towards his team. But Care, he has 2 components of Trinity Force and misses the Q. Oh no.
Elk is a beast for this one. He just killer instinct into 3 people. Oh my goodness. If this isn't quintessential BLG when they're feeling themselves, I don't know what is. They are thriving. And this has been, yes, a trudging 3 games a lot of the times for them in all of their series, except for the one against LGD, but it is still wins that end up coming out. It's still this absolute mechanical dominance that we get to see from BLG.
I'll tell you the secret of BLG. You know how a lot of teams are like, guys, we need to loosen up. We need to play a little bit more freely like we play in scrims when there's not much pressure. There is pressure here on live because he's all alone.
Just look away.
All right, don't look ball. Don't look ball. I'll continue what I was saying.
I don't know if you can look anywhere. Go ahead and put the blindfold on right now for FPX because you are going down. Double kill goes back over tonight, and they're chasing under turret. Oh my God, this is despicable. They are just chasing them under turret. They're killing them, and another triple kill goes tonight. That golden left hand is oh so strong.
This guy loaded up in game number 2, and he's almost throwing a 20 bomb. 20 minutes into the game, 16 kills onto this Lucian. Again, the importance of a B1. That was a B1 Lucian. That was priority towards Knight getting this champion. And this champion he did get, absolutely demolishing the entire Rift. Now, they do have the Baron, so it should be a pretty clean way to wrap this one up. But yeah, don't look at the screens right now. Just listen to the story, right? So BLG have been getting most of their wins by having 3 games. So they will throw a happy game, what we call it. So as their fun phase, their happy plays. They'll lose one, fair. But then they'll end up closing out the series nonetheless. Now, a lot of pros and a lot of people have been talking about, they're like, hey, sometimes we need to loosen up. Sometimes we need to play a little bit more freely, like we play in scrims when there is not much on the line. BLG having an extra official game on stage is extra practice. And it's extra official practice. So they are technically min-maxing all of the games in the LPL.
Not this one, though.
Not this one.
It's already over in mid lane. They're already gone. I got to throw some hype on Knight. A triple crown winner at this point, but going for more as this is going to be BLG looking for it. Is it going to be it? He gets it. I don't know if we do nukes in League of Legends, but I know in Call of Duty they did.
No
Might
care.
as well give one right now because that Phoenix is bombing as now Care goes down 2, gives it to him. A pentakill for Billy Gaming's Knight in shining armor as they will finish their regular season in first place and dominate the LPL.
A big smile for Knight as well. As he
He's
gets
trying
his
to hold it
pentakill
back.
right there.
He's trying to hold it back. Then as soon as he goes for the fist bumps, he's all smiles.
He's just grinning at Care. Care just TPs in, flashes into him. He's like, yeah, there you go. There you go, King. Get your pentakill. Very deserved, actually. Very deserved this game. 21 kills for Knight. Absolute domination all over the Rift. And even though I do love the curveballs that FPX are throwing in their games, and they're trying to play a very intricate game. However, when the team play has not necessarily been all that for FPX, making it even harder for yourselves by picking up compositions that are harder to execute versus a BLG that seems to be on point, makes it that much harder, man, when you're on the Rift. And it just showed. They just didn't have a single second to breathe.
And it's a 5-0 win streak there for BLG as well to finish out that regular season, which is incredible. Now, I will say it's going to be a long time till we see them, actually, because we have a lot of rounds to get through. But they will be very safe in knowing that they will get that Guardian Angel. And I think for FPX, you have to call into question. I mean, it was a huge slump towards the end, and it was all 2 zeros to finish out that losing streak. So it is something about trying to find a way to make this work. I think you can look at some of the performances of Docdown and Life and try to blend off of that into something greater. But holistically, we're not seeing the same cohesion and the same teamwork that I feel like made Spring FPX so strong and so loved in a lot of cases.
Yeah, all that aggression that we saw in the early game, I feel like we got glimpses of that in game number 1. However, you give BLG a finger, they'll take the entire arm, and this is kind of what happened to them. I feel like what they showed in game number 1 and the kind of composition that they brought into the game, where it was not necessarily easy to execute, but it was very chaotic, and it gave me the feeling that BLG were actually lost on the map. They were trying to make plays in game number 1, and FPX were just not letting them, and it did get generated from that bot lane, from Life and Doctum, from the 2v2s, from setting Elkan on behind. And it has been a reoccurring theme that when BLG do fall behind, it's kind of towards down that bot lane. On overextends a little bit, or he's trying to find plays, he's a little bit over eager, gets shut down. You get one less person onto the map. So good thing for FPX to actually pinpoint what the weakness right there for BLG is and try to capitalize. Wasn't quite the case in the mid to late game, but hey.
I think being able to see Knight turn it up in game 2 was really nice as well after mid lane was a little bit non-existent. I think he was like, all right, we can't have that happen again. We need to get something going here in mid lane. And he unfortunately ran Care through the ringer in a lot of those 1v1 setups as well and kept being able to make plays towards Wei and find those roams, which I think unlocks this Billy team. And that is some of the direction that we've highlighted so much from Wei that has really been felt on this team, because it just feels like the things that they win, especially in laning phase, can be utilized to put pressure on the enemy team because of some of that direction.
It feels like the map is more stable with Wei right there. I feel like what you mentioned, where he's bringing all that experience, all that shot calling, you know, he's got ex-teammates in the team as well. There's no denying that he has been leaning towards that top side of the map, towards Bin, and Bin has been, I feel like, the most consistent member out of the entirety of BLG. They've all had whoopsies, they've all had not so great games. However, Bin has been that stable pillar for BLG, and Wei has been playing towards him, and very well done for them. Now, of course, we got confirmation that the FPX are looking 7th, and we will be seeing them in the first round of playoffs.
And that's never easy, because the gauntlet just continues from there. It's going to be a long way till you get Guardian Angel, but you have to remember FPX bowing out early in the last one. Yeah, 16,000 gold up in the end. It's not 20K, but it's damn near close. And Knight having honestly an MVP-like performance on this one after claiming it in spring. Maybe he's trying to redo what Scout did in 2023 with the back-to-back regular season MVPs. But the guy was putting on a clinic here in mid lane for game number 2.
When was the last time we saw 21 kills on a singular person on an official game? Literally, when this goes on to break, I'm just gonna go and research who got more than 20 kills in an official game recently, because that was absolutely insanity. And even though, sure, BLG were ahead of the get-go in this particular game, Knight just kept pressing the meta in every single fight, dashing forward, min-maxing the damage. As you can see, he's literally playing in the jaws of the shark, just putting out as much damage as possible.
A lot of these are going to be Knight picking up kills here, but it was also not only just him picking up kills, it was him getting the kills a lot of the time and trying to find ways to make this Lucian impactful, and he definitely did that. This was a cool, shiny moment. Again, I think if Doctep had that True Shot Barrage then, maybe it's a little bit of a different story, but unfortunately the damage just doesn't follow it up. And they definitely took advantage of life on the Rumble a lot of times. They were like seeking him out in a lot of these fights. But it really was just the Knight show here. And I love to see that for a guy who's been carving his name in the history books of LPL on multiple different teams.
Hey, we said it's a very mid-centric meta. Support, jungle, everyone wants to wrap around that mid lane, and whoever has the better mid laner supposedly ends up winning most of the games. And Knight has solidified himself as the best LPL mid laner for 3 seasons in a row. 3 splits, in a row. So, undisputably, he's still holding the crown right here, and he's showing exactly why. And again, seeing how BLG are willing to be one, he sidesteps the Q as well. Seeing how BLG are willing to just be one Lucian for Knight, and then he comes up with such a performance, you can see why they put that much priority on getting their mid laner his favorite pick.
And it's been such a different BLG where it was consistently about bot lane. They would sometimes change that priority and go other places, but Elk had been kind of the guy carrying a lot of the games for BLG, especially in spring. But it's been really nice to see the adaptation of using a lot of other parts of the map. And as you had said earlier, been having a very consistent split so far. Helps them play around this mid lane a little bit more and unlock that. And I think the meta just really fits this team.
Oh my god. I agree. It does fit this team, but that was terrible. What
there was
just
a lot
happened
of
on the
these
screen.
moments.
That was
of
terrible
these
for Doctum. What happened on the screen right there? As you can see, the TP will come through from Care as well, and the pentakill will be handed over to Knight. Flash.
What a nice guy
as well.
What a nice guy.
Thank you very much.
He throws up the FPX logo too. Nice big old smile.
He wasn't expecting it. So he gave us like a big smile at the end, and he also grinned at Care as they were like handshaking.
He was grinning the whole time on all 5 of them.
Yeah.
He's like, guys, do you believe I just did that? 21 kills? Did you see
me?
Incredible stuff there.
Just making sure. I don't know if you saw. Just making sure.
There's no possible way this guy doesn't get MVP, so we could give a little bit more love to him. I call him obviously the golden left hand a lot in that game, but it is a name that fits him well. It feels like so many times, especially in recent history, this guy has been able to step up to the plate. We have finally got to see him on the international stage a lot more recently as well, and being able to see him thrive under pressure, I think has been really cool to see, because the guy's always been good. Him and Yugal have gone at it time and time again, but he's solidifying himself as maybe even ahead and above.
Absolutely. And even if you see sort of the history within the teams, whatever team he's been on, he just wins. It doesn't matter what team he's playing for. I feel like he is a lot of the times the deciding factor. The fact that for so many splits in a row, he has been above and beyond other mid laners, and the fact that teams will be seeking out for him. Now the fact that he's in BLG and BLG started winning suddenly, it was the missing piece to that equation. I feel like he's, I don't want to say head and shoulders above other mid laners, because I feel like other mid laners have been raising to the occasion, specifically this summer heading into Worlds, but this guy is definitely setting the standard.
Yeah, he absolutely is, and that'll be a screenshot of a player of the game that you will want to tell to your grandchildren, as that is an incredible performance from the man himself, and really love to see him getting a lot of the praise, even though even that game number one, a little bit quiet, goes with the Lucian anyways, and it works nonetheless. And I think BLG have a heck of a journey in front of them. Obviously going to be in that first place, going to have that Guardian Angel. I honestly am really hoping to see these incredible mid-lane matchups. Like at this point, like my dream, LNG versus Billy, the finals. I want to see Knight versus Scout, the way they've had these incredible performances. But that is the last time we will see FPX and BLG until the playoffs do continue. So we bid them adieu. We'll see you later. And then we will see you all later after a short little break for our second series. And that's going to be a fun one.
With the ring that we must survive. Relive the pain and turn it on love. 'Cause we must live up to our closer, but with a deeper red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames.
Welcome, one and all, right back to the LPL and right back to the showdown in Beijing. We will have a wonderful last series for this Rumble stage, and it's none other than Top Esports versus JDG. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Trouble, and I could be more excited for this one, and we got so many things that are in store for this one, especially the standings implications.
And if you were with us over in spring, that is a rematch between the two teams. They had to play against each other twice in spring playoffs. And you know what happened? JDG were only able to take one singular game out of Top Esports, and coming into this series with a 5-game win streak, every single one of those series being a clean 2-0 for Top, they are definitely coming in as the favorites.
That's the craziest point of all of this, is just how dominant Top Esports have been. I think we saw them falter, and then they never faltered again. It's been consistent domination. I think it's been really good cohesion. A lot of these players, they're legacy players, they're veterans, but they're having some of the best splits of their careers. Yeah. And it's incredible that it's all come to the right time, to the right moment, obviously, to try to take this this third place. But it is a Top Esports that have taken their lumps and bruises sometimes, but not recently, especially on the international stage. But it is also at home domination for this Top Esports roster.
Absolutely, and I'm particularly happy to see Cream and Tien do well. It feels like Cream on these sort of 80 carry lane pressure heavy bullies, he's doing so incredibly well. His win rate on Tristana is off the roof, and I feel like a lot of the times for Tien, it feels like we see his really good side over in the LPL, his really good side in the playoffs, and then when it matters, he falters. But right now, this man is confident, and he's primarily playing carries, and when he's confident on carries, Tien is very, very scary. You will remember probably.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you could talk so much about what these two guys, primarily Tien and Kanavi, do to set up their teams. Both these guys have been so ruthless, maybe even our most ruthless junglers in the league so far this split. But it all pales in comparison to the shining moments, the big spotlights going on to our two gunslingers in the bot lane. I think two guys of legacy, and specifically looking at JDG's roster here and taking a spotlight onto Ruler. His 3,000th day since his debut over 8 years ago. And Ruler is still hanging with the best of them, with a JDG roster that is on search for redemption after spring.
They need that so much, especially against Top Esports. You highlighted Ruler. On the other side, there is JackeyLove. This is going to be a matchup to watch, absolutely. Especially since the AD carry meta right now fits them so well. The Ezreals, the Kaisers, the Ashe, all of those champions that want to bully you, they want to make those huge plays later on in the game. I feel like JackeyLove and Ruler will definitely be still in the spotlight when it comes to those huge team fights. I want to bring us back though, because you did mention Tien and Kanavi. And even though Kanavi has always been a very confident jungler that pretty much defines the way a lot of the meta is played, he brings up such great new terms of pathing. I feel like in my books, he's probably the best jungler in the world in terms of understanding a champion and how to path around and filling the map. I feel like he's extremely clever. However, JDG have been reliant on Kanavi for the majority of the time. And a lot of these times, it just doesn't pan out well. When your entire map is extremely inactive, you're just expecting one person to make all the plays and all the calls for you, it just becomes a very stagnant map for JDG, and I definitely do not want to see this versus Top Esports and how active they've been in the early game.
We're headed off to JDG's home arena in Beijing. You saw how many people are filling those seats tonight. The chants are sure to be loud, and every game counts in the LPL. As we said, it's a rematch. Top Esports on a huge spree, but it's a Top who are looking to get third place. Obviously not meaning much over fourth place in the end, but it's still something of a pride mark for them. And JDG, they'll be starting in the 5th round no matter what, but trying to gain some momentum, or not 5th round, they'll be stuck at 5th in the 2nd round of the playoffs itself. need to find some momentum for themselves, because I think this JDG roster, it's very obvious how disappointed they were, especially from their spring performances. In all the offseason content, we're seeing so much talk about how they want to prove that they can do better. They want to make it to internationals. A lot of these names not making it to internationals was a shock to all of us. And this top esports is making sure to put them in the slumps before they go into the playoffs themselves.
Hey, you know what I want to say when it comes to JDG playing more proactive teams? I think the best side of JDG we ever got this summer was when they played versus AL. Again, if anyone asks me, I'm going to ask you to please go and watch JDG versus AL from earlier on in the season, because that was a tempo fight to the death. It was incredible. The fast-paced moves on the map, creating pressure through side lanes, but also dipping in for skirmishes and team fights and control of it. It was incredible. And AL forced this. They forced JDG's hand. It was the most proactive I have seen JDG in a very, very long time. A team that loves playing slow and steady into that late game. Top esports have a very similar way that they love to play. Mako extremely active on the map. Cream with the gunslingers in the middle that we've talked about is very, very active, and Tien is feeling very confident. He has brought the fight in that early game too. So I really, really hope that top esports are gonna bleed a lot of that energy that they have in the early game towards JDG, and we're gonna be seeing an absolute banger of a series to go all three.
The guy right there has been actually a huge piece to the puzzle for JDG. Now being primarily in over Flandre the entire Rumble stage, Sheer has been an incredible new addition. Maybe had a bit of a rough spring, but able to see him thrive a bit in this later part. Now he's going to have a lot of setup to make sure that this man right there, Ruler, is going to have himself a good time. And I think that's where, in this kind of situation, you have to think a little bit towards the priorities we're going to get, because both these junglers have been willing to be facilitated. We've even seen the Ivern from Tien in the Rumble stage here, which I don't know, is not necessarily the thing I associate with Tien. But it's been really nice to see both these guys kind of ebb and flow with what we've seen in the meta. I think that's what you get when you have two very cerebral junglers like we have with Tien and Konami.
Oh yeah, and I feel like when we're talking about Tien in general, bringing out the Ivern, it also shows a lot of that versatility. He has showed us the Lee Sins and the Bruisers. He showed us the facilitators. He showed us the AP carries. Being able to bring out an Ivern when it is such a strong AD meta right now, not only with AD carries, but a bunch of AD Bruisers up on the tops of the map, and a lot of people have been going towards the Yone as well, towards that mid lane. I feel like being able to play Ivern, it kind of inserts a thorn in the draft for whoever you're playing against, because it will always be there, and it's one of the most annoying champions, especially when you reach that mid to late game state and you've got a bunch of bruisers or a bunch of AD carries. So it's a great facilitation, and Tien has also showed that he can pilot it in the early game very well, so it can become a very scary tool in top esports' hands.
I think the scariest tool we have to look at tonight is something that reminds you of Bambi, and something that has been terrifying in the hands of Tien, because Lilia, with this man, it's like a nightmare. And I think Kanavi in his own hands, yes, it's been very strong, but I feel like Tien has been one of our best Lilias so far. And he's a huge engine runner, it feels like, for top esports, whereas we've seen Kanavi actually have a little bit more of that AP-centric and a farming damage-centric jungle. We have seen Tien more often than not go to that facilitation, but that also just brings the conversation to where all that facilitation, where all those early leads go, and we know we're going to get to those team fight potentials between these two teams, and it's all going to rely on what we've gotten for ourselves in terms of weaponry for the bot lane. And I think we could start looking at the Ashes, the Ezreals, things like that to be very high priority tonight.
Hey, Kaisa as well, especially when it comes to Jackie Love, right? He's got his own skin onto the champion. And again, the B1s are going to be extremely important, because every single series between any team is sort of, the B1 will sort of tell the tale of what both teams have got as an S tier pick in mind, or what is the most important pick to try and take away to try and win the game. I feel like you hit the hammer on the head right there. The Lilia will be one of the most important picks, especially when it comes to the side of top esports and Tien. However, Kanavi does have the likes of Kha'Zix. He pulled out versus BLG, and he was the reason they took that game off of BLG. That was an incredible performance. So There are some aces up his sleeve as well that he's been able to bring out. Again, I just want a JDG that just looks active in the early game. I'm looking at missing to link up with Kanavi and try to take over.
It's going to be about that early proactivity. And I'm really hoping that these guys got to watch a little bit of that first series where we were having like more than a kill a minute in every single game of that 2-game series. So we get to continue that energy into this one. You have to remember, this is the last series we will see of both these teams until playoffs kick off a little bit later down the road. So it's definitely a little bit of a speak of momentum. And speaking of that momentum, we already highlighted how much of a spree Top Esports are on, trying to continue that 2-0 streak as we go into game number 1's draft soon. We already talked a little bit about what we can expect to see from the jungle, what we can expect to see from the ADC position. But I think we also have seen a huge reliance on first picks going to initiation support. If there is no Leona bans, if there's no bans going like that, I do expect that to be a first. Oh, well, you're already into it, and there you go.
You were saying?
I was saying something, I guess. Missing is going to lock that one in for him. It's going to be the instant rumble. We've seen this be flexible.
Yeah, we've seen this go down the bot lane with Life in particular in the previous series. However, 369, I feel like he feels more than happy to pilot that towards the top side of the map. I would love to see a little bit more from Wombo Combo since Jakilov has locked in that Leona down the bot lane. We did ask for Missing to be a little bit more active on the map. Leona is one of the most active supports. You've got so much CC in your kit that you can definitely utilize that to roam around the map and create absolute chaos. Now, Sheer will go with a more defensive pick towards the top side of the map. And are we going to see an 80 carry towards the mid lane? Corki, Lucian, all up for grabs. Yagao has been leaning towards the Corki a little bit more than the Lucian, but we'll see what he will choose to go with here.
I do really like that Top Esports are already setting themselves up for some real team fight potential there. I am seeing a ton of pick out potential by JDG already with the first 3. So there's a very differing style we're getting from both these two teams. And honestly, very much like Ruler on a lot of the utility carries we've seen rise up in the meta here, because he is one of the biggest brains to ever do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Ruler's Jhin also looked incredible when he was playing in that BLG series, taking the hit onto Elk's Ezreal. It looked incredible, and you've got so much setup in that bot lane, the roots, the CC coming through from Leona. You're playing against a very, very mobile AD carry in the likes of Misfortune. So right now, I'm looking for things to actually not even maybe set up for Misfortune, but maybe defend her in this iteration. I'm looking for things like Brom that can also facilitate really well paired up with the Lucian. That passive procs super quickly with the combination of these two champions.
There's the Shyvana we've been seeing creep out of her cave, or dragon cave, I guess, recently. It is the Sejuani, though, banned towards TN, so trying to take away some of that setup potential we were just talking about. Still think there's some big choices on the line, and I love that we're getting all this jungle focus in the second phase. Obviously, a lot riding on these two guys to make it work for their teams, and want to take away some of their big comfort picks or some of the niche picks they're willing to take.
I feel like this is so clever by JDG as well. Meiko is most likely looking towards something like a Brom to try and defend against Leona. Try to sort of fend her off in lane. Works really well again with the Lucian, we said. So Top Esports are going to look for the engage through their jungle. There's 2 champions only that kind of do this through the jungle right now. That's Sejuani and Maokai. Maokai is going to be the only one if TN wants to look for that sort of heavy engage through the jungle being that case. But Meiko, not going to go for the Brom at all. He's going to fight fire with fire.
And horns. Fire and horns. As might make the difference here. I actually really like the Mako Alistar pick. Also going to let him get around the map, but just has so much potential to layer up with the equalizer and the bullet time and get multi-man wombo combos there. So Top Esports, again, they're keeping the trend. We said they had one very clear direction, and that direction is big team fights. And Corki is going to be locked in to provide a little bit of that sustained damage for JDG and that length damage from Yagao in the mid lane.
Now, I do wonder, I was about to say, Zara is still up for grabs if TN wanted to go towards that, but it's going to be Kanavi taking away the Ivern coming through one more time. It is an extra body that you throw in the fight. It is some sort of engage to connect your route and have a Alistair just run into that backline if the root connects to the right target. However, I feel like JDG have a fantastic composition in terms of controlling areas on the map. So much setup through that bot lane. Zara, incredible at peeling backwards and creating space for the carries to play through. I feel like top esports are going to have the work cut out for them because they're going to have to find avenues to get ahead in the early.
It's all relying on those early paths, the early leads that are given out, and how much pressure we get before the team fights. You have to remember going into this one, it's a 5-win streak, all 2-0s for top esports so far, and they have had a dominant spree. They want to continue that here against a JDG team that is looking for redemption in a summer split where spring fell extremely short of their expectations. There was no international for some of these names that we've known in the LPL for so long. This game, it's the end of the season for Rumble Split at least. We'll be getting to playoffs here very soon, but it's so fitting that we have two of our legacy teams, two of our top teams, one of the most rivaled matchups in the history of the LPL, JDG versus Top Esports as our final series of this Rumble stage in the LPL. And the fireworks are about to fly. It's TN versus Kanavi. It's all about the Rumble. That's just a home crowd diff.
The arena is packed. And who wouldn't want to watch this game live between those two titans of the LPL? You did mention the jungle matchup is absolutely legendary, especially when Tien is feeling confident, bringing out the Ivern one more time. Won the previous time. He brought that out, but also the legendary bot lane matchup between Ruler and Jakilov, the double world champion bot lane. They have been spotted.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit dicey there. We're going to take a look
everyone's
at...
straight in.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the name of the game here. It's about who gets priority.
Guys, let the minions come in first. Come on. Please.
It's a little bit difficult to let minions have any say in this one, all right? It is looking at this 2v2 to see who gains that bit of an advantage, that level 2 mark early, missing in Ruler, trying to pull Jackie Love and Mako off the wave here. And all of this matters. That 4th shot being weighed right in front of Jackie Love and the bouncing grenade.
That does... Ruler... I'm not sure if it was a mispress right there. Ruler uses the barrier. Doesn't have that summoner spell, and missing took a huge chunk of his HP. I feel like a lot of the damage from Jhin is very underestimated, especially during the early levels. He does so much. 4 bullets is all he needs, and you've got the setup from Leona. You've got the extra damage from the passive as well from Leona, plus the ignite. If you do manage to chain in a bit of CC with the Leona plus the combo from Jhin, you can 100% to zero someone really quickly. Jakilo, of course, sporting the cleanse. Those that bot side of the map will be able to stay safe for the time being. But yeah, I'm loving the Jhin right here because there is no real threat in terms of big tanks.
Oh,
Jackie
Love, he's burning. Oh, one more tick. First blood goes to Missing.
Missing with the incredible link on the ignite. Waited for the cleanse to come through first, then pops the ignite onto Jackie Love. Great rotation of spells right there from the support of JDG. Taking down Jackie Love, massive wave that Jackie Love is going to be missing here as well as his summoners. Great stuff. Great start from JDG. We wanted proactivity. We got it. 3 minutes in, 1 kill already.
And now we have mid lane here. Kanavi has made it first. Both junglers running this way as they see Tien. He does not want to continue that trade. We are going to be looking at the Scuttle Crabs. I love that Tien is trying to hover and shadow Kanavi and maybe force his hand in the 2v2 here, trying to land it, but can't do it. And he'll actually move towards top as we get a replay of what happened bot lane.
Let's also just one more time. I feel like Jackie Love really disrespects Missing and Ruler. They're level 2. You don't even have that level 2 onto that Misfortune or the Alistar. Alistar is barely a champion, level 1 as well. So A little bit of an overextension, I would say classic Jackie Love moment, but usually it's a little bit more of a calculated Jackie Love moment. That was a little bit too early. But yeah, great chain on the CC and the Ignite to make sure that after the cleanse, the Ignite goes down from missing to secure the kill.
I really like that they can get a lead down there as well in that 2v2 because that leads to a lot that you can do as the Jhin matchup there. You can also leave them alone, get missing out on the map. Things can go well for you. They are going to be matched back there. As Dragon is going to be coming up, that pot lane priority will be super important. About 30 seconds out from that. Does he stop it? No, he doesn't.
Ooh,
as doesn't end up getting the stop. But Tien, meanwhile, his mid laner just TP'd back, is going to go a little bit preemptively onto Kanavi. Kanavi engaged on by Tien, and look at this. We said they were ruthless, and I see them just punching each other.
And 369 getting the better side of Sheer on the top side of the map. So Ivern is a very underestimated champion. It is so obnoxious and annoying. Just being in the bush, throwing out the auto attacks, getting that shield is just so freaking annoying. And of course, the later on the game goes, the shields get bigger, they get more annoying. They also provide a lot of survivability, but then you get the extra body of Daisy in those fights as well. This can become very dangerous for JDG. However, for them right now, it's complete dominance towards that bot of the map. It was created by Missing and Ruler winning that 2 versus 2 makeout. That's not your jungle.
Gotta be a little careful, He's just a cow looking to graze, you know? It's going to be difficult.
For some grass.
Yeah, it's really difficult if you notice, though, that Ruler is level 5. Jackie Love is going to just now take over to level 4. So there is a massive difference in the spot lane, but maybe they can make it up with a little bit of that combo here. You got a little bit of damage onto Ruler. Very immobile carry as Kanavi's coming around the corner. Tien is here, too. These junglers are just on top of each other. Now Tien, he has to burn his flash. He needs to be careful, though. They get the CC chain there onto Missing. It's the damage profile you're waiting for. Jackie
Cream?
Love, he's trying to get the shots in, but Cream is the one that comes in and makes the difference now. Does get the double, as now he wants to dash forward here onto Kanavi with the culling. He's going to get him. Oh, the flash comes out of Kanavi. Last second, JDG and Top Esports traded blow for blow, 1-for-1.
And it's Cream pushing in that mid lane, allowing him to roam for that rotation onto that skirmish down the bot side of the map. Now his back is going to get cancelled, which means Tien has to pretty much try to get towards that mid lane and cover for just a little bit, soak up some of that experience, grab some gold for himself. But a great roam from Cream, also managed to grab a kill for himself, putting himself up 400 gold in the lead. We'll grab the call for him as well. Top Esports are looking for that late game. Oh, Tien.
Oh, that's damage done. Tien's just a little tree friend of the forest no longer. Yagao gets the kill on Valkyrie's away as well, and JDG, they're finding out where Tien wants to be, and they'll take the grubs.
Okay, that is very uncharacteristic from Yagao, and I'm loving to see the aggression coming in from the mid laner of JDG, because I feel like I've criticized him a little bit too much. I feel like the whole play of Yagao buff, we need to see it a little bit earlier. Now here, Meiko is starting this play because she knows, I was about to say Knight is already on his way. It's not, it's Cream that's already on his way with the Lucian. And also Tien was in the river as well. So this was very quickly going to turn into a 3 versus 4 in favor of Top Esports. Great kiting abilities right here from Tien as well to get away from a lot of those Zyra plants. And once Cream is down there, Top Esports play a little bit more aggressive, grab the kill for themselves as well. Great stuff overall. Kanavi has to be forced to flash here too. Getting away with just about 1
we're
HP.
back
Tien.
into it. Stranglethorn has been used onto the combo of Daisy and Tien, but Tien's surrounded by enemies, and he finds himself in a little bit of trouble.
Annoying.
Does get all out of by Sheer. Sheer just pulled him out. Does he get the kill in the end? He does. Tien will be taken out again. His legs cut from underneath him.
This champion is just so annoying. Tien was just playing between 3 members of JDG, and they could not pin him down. Sheer did not want to play any more games, uses that ultimate, pins him under the tower, takes him away from anyone else. 369 could not assist his jungler right there. All in all, it's a pretty even game across the board. If you think about the fact that about 500,000 gold JDG is in the lead, but a lot of that is like down to the support, 300 gold onto Missing's Leona, 400 onto the Jhin, which pretty much equalized through the rest of the map. This is a very even game so far, but I'm really glad to see that both of these teams are very, very willing to be extremely active towards that late game. And Cream shows us right there how pretty much that 1v1 goes between Lucian and Corki. When that Q comes out from Corki, you're more than happy to E through that with Lucian and play a little bit more aggressive, chain down those passive auto attacks through the abilities.
I think it's been so interesting to watch these jugglers. They don't care about taking objectives unless it makes perfect sense for the way that they're pathing. They're really just shadowing each other in a lot of ways, or at least Tien is. And so far it hasn't really worked out for him, but that's why we haven't seen the big priority on the Dragon, even though we had strength in the 2v2 down there for both teams in different times. Tien is going to start this one up. There's an answer, though. It's going to turn into a 3v3, and JDG seem to have a lot more strength with this setup.
Meiko does have the ultimate, will get caught in the tri-brush, will lose half his health. However, for now, nothing's going to happen. It all comes down to Cream and Yagao and how they trade through that mid lane. Kanavi's going to try to walk up that tri-bush, but I was about to say, when you're playing, when you are playing that Ivern, Meiko.
The long distance combo, but Meiko pops the Unbreakable Will there. Is going to survive for a little bit longer. Jackie Love taking a little bit of damage. Missing, does get the Ignite burned onto him by Meiko. That also forced Tien to come back down towards the spot side. As Cream's going to take a bit of an interesting path and get poked on his way out. God, this just means JDG get the Dragon.
They do get the Dragon. They get the push towards the bot side of the map. They force Meiko off the map. So they do end up getting the Dragon for themselves. Tien is looking towards the mid lane, missing. He's missing a lot of HP. Daisy?
Trying to keep him away from the Dragon Pit here, as Kanavi had already started that one up. They are just going to try to get Yagao. Daisy stepping up. Try to get the CC chain there. Dragon will be secured by Kanavi. There's the knockup. Missing's just dying to a rock. Finally ends up turning it around at Tien. Out by himself, can't really find a saving grace yet on the map, and that's just speaking to the strength of JDG playing together.
Very well played right there. Yagao also dips into the river to try and defend his support, clearing out that wood in the mid lane. And the funny part about Ivern and why he's so annoying is because he doesn't have to spend time clearing his camps. He has no jobs on the Rift but to be in your jungle, but to be moving wood around the map by trying to gank. He's literally free to do whatever he wants. He marks his camps and then he's free. He has no job on the map until he comes back to claim them. So this is the power of the Ivern. Moonstone gonna be completed right here for Tien as well. He has been extremely annoying now with the Moonstone. Oh no, Meiko.
He does have a little bit of tankiness as a cow. Shear's just chasing him down though. 369 gonna be heated up. Kanavi and Missing coming over. Solar Flare's gonna be popped. 369 does make his way out. Oh my god, the man's got moves!
JDG bringing the proactivity onto top esports. They brought the better selves here as Rula gets caught in the slow.
It's an immobile ADC, but he does have barrier. He makes it out alive there. They're moving over to the grubs, though. 4 have been secured by JDG. That's really all they wanted. They just want the might spawn. Anything else was a little bit extra on top, as top esports will take a couple grubs themselves.
Yeah, as you can see, 369 has already reset. He's going to be TPing towards the bolts of the map, but Yagao is putting a lot of pressure. And someone's going to have to go top and catch that one.
Oh my goodness. Jackie Love. He's going to burn the cleanse. Missing is a little bit deep, but they've gotten the TP in from Yagao. Meiko might just have to sacrifice his life here. Open up. It's Ruler. Going to miss a couple of shots as Jackie Love struts his way out. Meanwhile, Sheer on the other side was taking a fight into Cream and Tien. But it's JDG. They've literally just been roaming around the map together, and it's so dominant.
Incredibly quick decision making on the map. The second they see 369 TP to the bot side of the map to reply to the pressure from Yagao. Yagao pulls the trigger and TPs to the top fight, making it a favorable fight for JDG. Grabbing himself yet another kill onto this Corki. Great stuff, honestly, from JDG. And I want to take my hat off to Yagao as well, because I have been one of his biggest critics in terms of his proactivity in the early game. Right here, Jackie Love walks a little bit too far forward. Meiko tries to peel for his AD carry. Will end up going down in his place as well. But look at that. The second they see 369 TP bot, Yagao instantly TPs for that fight on the top side of the map. They're gonna grab the Void Grab buff, and they're also gonna grab a couple of kills. Jackie Love?
Ruler's got a big spike here with the static shivs. Steel caps completed over Jackie Love. Be very difficult. Even with all these kills, though, top esports, they maintain a little tiny gold lead, and that becomes because of 369's advantage in the solo lane. See if that gets evened up in any regard, and see if they can find a way to use some of these solo lane advantages that they've gotten for themselves in 369 and Cream, respectively.
The only turnaround from that play was the fact that since 369 DTP towards that bot side of the map, he was also able to grab 2 tower platings for himself. Very well spotted, 1,000 gold up onto this rumble, and you do have the chance to carry this game forward for you. Now, of course, the setup is not as clear-cut as other ones when you have the Leonas and the Rels to engage sort of the fights for you and have those big, beefy CC moments. You do have an Alistar, so it is going to be down to Mako to try and find the openings for that rumble to put down all that damage. Now, Top Esports is still looking, but Missing and Kanavi have been pairing up for the majority of these games, trying to find for opportunities. The highlight from TP.
Jackie Love can't get caught again. That's going to be his flash. He has no other way out. They're going to go on to Ruler, though. Ruler flashes for the kill, gets it. Now you got to watch out the all-out coming from Sheer. He needs to get to the rest of the team. He is surrounded by red, and that gray screen comes up way too quickly. Mako ends up turning it around onto him and JDG. They've been flushed out. Top Esports, their composition coming alive. And 369 rolling all 9.
Top Esports with a W key forward. Seed champion, kill champion. Jakilov gets caught on the unforgiven ramp of AD carry deaths. Right there, there should be a sign at some point. Please, AD carries, do not walk on this ramp. You will die. This is where JDG managed to catch him. But Ruler gets caught on the backside as well and has to flash forward, which means he trades his life. Great flash by Missing right there. He's had Jakilov's number off the get-go on this lane. And Ruler flashes forward for the kill, knowing he's dead to rights since Cream was flanking through the other side. However, Top Esports right here have made JDG split apart into 3 different places, which means that they just bundled up as for W key forward, as mentioned earlier. Seed champion, engage champion, kill champion, Top Esports are definitely back in the game.
Yeah, if they can find that singular target to pump all their damage into, if they can find that big wombo combo, they have other avenues of damage forward. JDG, they do have a lot of AoE, a lot of CC in that regard, but they have to be playing together, so when they get split up, it's that much more difficult. Dragon does end up going over to Top Esports, so we will have a Cloud Soul on the Rift, but Dragons are tied up 1-1. We've had extreme contests over the top side of the map. Rift Herald in the pocket of TN still, though, to try to get some of this standing gold and figure out which team's going to take first turret here as Cream's making his own work bot.
And again, the later this game goes, the more difficult it will become to JDG to face Top Esports in these team fights. TN on this Iron will become the most annoying champion they'll ever have to play against. As Yagao is 2 levels down to 369. He hasn't spotted him.
Use those corky ears. Use those corky ears. There's something there.
He's a little sassy.
No, he knows. There's something there. Okay, he's gonna use it. Oh,
very
goodness.
safe.
Oh no, Kareem, you don't have dog ears to hear this coming. They're gonna TP in. Oh my goodness. Oh
They're bringing
no,
everyone.
This is a 4-man dive on Kareem. He's gonna get all outed by Sheer. He's trying his darndest, but he's putting the dirt either way. JDG make a team play on bot side. Top Esports make their own team play on mid and top.
JDG are trying to be proactive by taking the shutdown off of Cream, but they lose very crucially mid lane tier 1.
Oh my goodness.
And mid lane tier 2. That is a disastrous play from JDG trying to cash in on that bounty on Cream's head. They lose 3 towers in about 10 seconds.
And honestly, this has been, if you've missed some of the Top Esports games, like, they literally win a fight and then they win games. Like, you'll see a ton of the gold grass for Top Esports over the period of this Rumble stage get to like 25 minutes. It's like a steady lead or a steady disadvantage. All of a sudden, it shoots to the roof and the game is over. I think this Top Esports team is just so good at recognizing when they have an advantage, when they can try to push for end a lot of these times and use some of those strengths together. And this composition represents that.
Absolutely, and I'm not going to lie to you, it sounds a little bit like BLG as well, so I cannot wait to see that rematch later on in the season. However, for now, Top Esports have found themselves suddenly in a 2,000 gold lead, somehow. Through those 3 towers, somehow, by taking 3 towers in 10 seconds, have found themselves on a 2,000 gold lead right here, and very importantly, 2 items completed on 369, 1, 0, and 2, just about gets a bounty on his head as well. 2,000 gold up onto Sheer's Cassante. And again, the later this game goes, the more dangerous it becomes for JDG. This Ivan becomes so annoying, so tanky, has so much healing, peeling, shields, everything. You'll see that Top Esports will just be moving forward in all of these fights. Any champion will be melting through. You've got Kraken Slayer, you've got AD carries that can completely dispatch off of this Cassandra and tear through any armor that he will be building later on. And JDG are going to have to find an opening to try and gain a little bit of a lead back, at least equalize the score. Right here, losing your mid lane tier 1 and tier 2 becomes really difficult because you're losing a lot of that pressure in terms of vision control.
Oh, missing. Can't get caught out like that. Kanavi was looking for an entrance on the other side. Solarflare going to go completely wide, missing. Taken out from underneath the structure of JDG and Top Esports. Strike again.
Extra man on the map. Top lane is going to be the next one to fall. Top Esports are looking at this top lane tier 2 tower. They're going to have Jakilov pushing in mid as well. However, teleports are being pulled from JDG simply just to defend that top lane tier 2.
Yeah. I mean, you have to stop the bleeding. You have to stop this Top Esports from just running over the map. JDG, who were so confident in a lot of their team plays, are starting not to find those as often together. And we're going to take a look back at JDG's missing, getting caught out.
Missing was fighting Daisy. This is not a fight you want to be taking right there. Getting the knock up and the slow through the glacial
Another
was what
one.
got Mako to catch up pretty much. Again, this is what we're talking about, how annoying Ivern is in these fights because you can't pull out Daisy. It does proc the glacial as well. Then you get slowed and then the engage from Mako becomes that much more easy, especially when it's through a choke point and missing. Land that first hand right there. Now, of course, you cannot let a composition like this with the Baron for too long. You've got Misfortune and you've got Lucian, and when you see both of them in Fog of War, you gotta start getting a little bit wary if you're JDG. However, first and foremost, you need to start establishing some vision in your own jungle, which is what they've been trying to do on the top side of Kanavi's jungle.
I love it because we're getting past the 20-minute mark. We're getting to a point where these team fights are going to be so incredibly decisive. I really am looking
Daisy's
at
so
Jackie
brave.
Love to find a big bullet time. That's going to make one of the biggest differences. Rulers' differences are going to be cleaning up a lot of the fights, setting up for the side of JDG and picking people off. But Top Esports, they have the strength right now. They're all together. They'll take this Dragon and go 2-1 in Dragon score at least.
JDG are going to use that time, knowing that Top Esports are all grouped up towards that bot side to try and establish some vision control. They really desperately need that. Potentially maybe even a flank TP for when Shear's TP is up and available. As Top Esports, I feel like if they do get another pick on the map from JDG, they will very easily be turning around and trying to threaten that Baron. Try to close out the series as fast as possible. As the end right here, shadowing Cream. Trying to make sure the buff with the
He got it.
with the bush as well.
Gao got the side lane turret. He did it. The little corgi that could. TN hovering Cream, though, makes it so difficult to navigate for sheer. Trying to get as much damage as you can on this tier 2 because right now Top Esports are in a very advantageous position. And JDG are the ones that are needing to kind of find an advantage because we're already getting to 2 items. I think there is a little bit of strength to be had once you get that big transformation for Yagao into the Miramana, but it is about using some of those advantages. We haven't seen it necessarily come together in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like I have not necessarily seen JDG fight as all 5. They have been trying to get picks around the map, but it's Top Esports that comes out on top, especially when JDG pretty much splits apart in all those fights. You need that Zara ult to pretty much be used in a choke point when Top Esports are trying to advance onto you and use that as a peeling tool to allow for Yagao Ruler to put down their damage. As well as Kanavi. Now, blocked.
The shield was too big. That is also something to think about as the utility is going to be something to think about, but Ruler's damage potential comparatively to Jackie Loves and Creams is not going to be there. So you got to find a way to be more impactful, and that's where you expect this cerebral gunslinger to have the advantage there. But it also has been a bit of a story of how Cream has had a massive impact, and we have seen it be a primary pull of the Lucian, but a lot of growth from it. He's no longer just the Akali one-trick in mid lane all those years ago.
It's great to see actually his development because he came into this team known as the Silas Akali, aggro assassin ruler as he's running away.
If he didn't have a trap
and
there,
then
he's dead, by the way.
he had to develop into a mage player. The Karmas, the Hueys, the Azirs, all those control mages that just rose up into this mid lane. He did really, really well for himself, but this particular meta with all the AD carries in the mid lane suits him so well. His aggression speaks for himself, and Top Esports' aggression as well, as I've started the Baron. JDG have absolutely no vision in this pit.
Jackie Love needs to find a good position, as the bullet time in this choke point could be massive. Ruler trying to push out. There's the TP, and Top Esports just want the fight. They're going in already. Stranglethorn going to separate a bit. Sheer going in on the back. Big equalizer to separate Yagao and Sheer from the rest of the team here outside the Baron pit. Mako going low. Sheer dashes his way, but 369 chases him down. And now Top Esports, they want to continue, but there's the curtain call, and it might be closing time for Top Esports. One more fourth shot. Jackie Love trying to dodge away, and it's going to be blocked by Cream. The slowdown is not enough for JDG to pass him up, and that will be a response from JDG.
It is so scary to block the fourth shot right there, knowing that there's an engage.
Bullet time was waiting in the pocket of Jackie Love, and he gets one. There's a trade back to Ruler. The gunslingers going toe-to-toe. Now Ruler stepping up. He wants it onto Cream. Doesn't get the deadly flourish in the end. Can't continue following up. It is tension-filled in the mid lane.
And JDG are willing to chase Top Esports for those kills. Ruler 3, 1, and 2.
Oh.
600 gold up. He's looking for more.
He can't go through that one, though. He's got to be really careful to make it rain. Does slow you down. You are in a mobile ADC. Does still have flash and berry available there, but just try to put the hurt there in the end. And this is a fight that turns it a bit around for JDG.
Yeah, sending Daisy towards missing and the knockup right there. It was pretty much the two supports in the middle of it all, but then Sheer oversteps, gets burned down. The equalizer was also beautiful from 369 to pretty much split up the fight. The rest of the JDG members could not advance up to try and put the damage down onto Mako, but then back and forth happened. Missing went in, Mako went in. They ended up trading lives as well. JDG and Top Esports are willing to literally throw their bodies on the line to try and take advantage in these games. Again, the later the game goes, the stronger the Ivern team becomes. The buffs just become so obnoxious to deal with, and there's so much power, raw power on the side of Top Esports, and the buffs are going to make even stronger when the staff comes through of Flowing Water, when the Ardent Sensor comes through. Things like Lucian and the Rumble are just going to take off.
And that's why you have to keep the tempo up. That's why Ruler needs to continue using this strength. He's already on 3 items, obviously cheaper items, but he is going to need to keep going off the back of JDG's engages as well, because, again, Top Esports are scaling into infinity here, it feels like. It's going to be difficult to deal with. Dragon is up, setup already there since Top Esports have pushed out mid lane. JDG are surrounding, though, ready to fight.
Yeah, JDG do not have a very easy way in. Daisy is blocking the way. That is a cooldown that is quite fairly short for Ivern, but that is one that is absolutely gone for now. And JDG have slowly but surely been gaining control of that river. Let's see who takes control of that mid lane wave, because it has been of priority whenever you want to play for those dragon fights.
At this point, we're looking at Yagao, Ruler for JDG. We're looking at Cream, Jackie Love for Top Esports. Everything revolves around these carries, and we're getting to the precipice where this could just blow open at any moment. The plants are already set up. Top Esports don't care, though. They're trying to go in. Big solar flare back. Mako's going down. Big bullet time to separate JDG. They can't really get back into the fight, but they waited. They patiently had the time to get the setup. Mako goes in. Cream misses a lot of the calling, but they get a double kill for him anyways. And now JDG, they're missing bodies. Kanavi's gonna go golden. The damage is still there. Ruler's opening up. 1, 2, gonna go through. The fourth shot's not enough there. They do get the kill, though, onto Tien and JDG. They're showing they're not gonna back down from the fight. And Ruler, it's 3,000 days since his debut, but it's just another day in the office.
Ruler, Yagao, and Kanavi are the only 3 members you need remaining alive on the roster of JDG. The 3 main carries for this team. Absolutely incredible control in these fights. They did force Top Esports' hand. Top Esports were not in a position to actually fight these. You'll see that Jackie Love actually clicks on the root from Tien to try and get closer. He gets over the wall and then he has to back off. He's absolutely in no position to put the DPS down, neither him nor Tien. And this is the reason why you want to play Ivern. You want to have buffs onto your carries. However, Tien was not involved for the majority of this fight. Cream pushes too far forward, gets hit by the Jhin. And yes, here Daisy's back, but Kanavi's baiting everyone forward with a great stopwatch. And then, of course, You've got the curtain call right here, Yagao, finishing off TN as well. And again, it was so difficult. Once Top Esports do not get the initial wombo combo to kill someone, it is so difficult for them to keep chasing, whilst JDG can play with all the range and setup that Jin and Zyra provide you.
But that's also where JDG were playing with a little bit of a stronger hand in that one. We have now reached the precipice of 3 items for Top Esports' carries. Lord Doms, the IE just got completed by Jackie Love, and as well as being able to find out the strengths here with a ton of that combo coming through is the next steps here. You did just get the Bloodthirster for Yagao, so a little bit more sustainability there. But man, these fights are so tooth and nail. And Tien is still going to have a lot of say as time goes on here.
Third item completed by Tien right here. Gonna give a little bit more survivability to any of his carries. Having the Mikhails in the bag. And the Serpent's Fang coming out from Ruler as well. It does delay a little bit the spike because it's more of a facilitating AD item. You primarily build this, of course, for the passive breaking the shields. However, it is very needed right there because the Iron Shields are so obnoxious to deal with. And someone had to take that item. However, for Ruler, it's pretty fine. He's already 1,000 gold up, and Top Esports are trying to find their way into this river. You do have Daisy. If you want to send her forward, Tien does have that cooldown, which he has primarily been using to try and take control of a lot of the areas on the map. So none of the Top Esports members has to face check, but primarily it has been that mid lane wave that you have to push in, try to take control of that, and then deep into the river to try and take some deep vision. Daisy's going to be popped out for a little bit more vision control.
I love the Top Esports are just so willing to threaten the Baron over here. They have the strength now with those item spikes. Look how quickly it burns. JDG's hand is going to be forced here as Top Esports looks like they want to take an engage. Mako can't get it. He is going to go in the end, but Jackie Love's in trouble. He hasn't been able to hit the combo, but it's Top Esports. They've separated Sheer from the team. Missing's going down too. All bat in the hatch is Top Esports. They got to hold it down. Jackie Love, he's getting sniped out. 369, you got to be the body blocker. Top Esports, they take out a couple of JDG, but they are still hunting Ruler. He wants to make the difference here, but there's no difference to be made. As Top Esports, they've stopped a lot of their backs. JDG are sticking around, but so are Top Esports. They do end up getting the TP, coming back, and we're going round 2.
This JDG trio is so scary. Kanavi, Yagao, and Ruler have been the difference maker for JDG. Can they do it here again?
Ruler's just trying to put his body up there. He's just trying to be something here for the team. Kanavi around the corner. This is the moment if you can, but he has no flash. He can't get in. Ruler's not able to get anything either. And the Baron goes to Top Esports.
The longer the fights go, they do benefit Ivan. You've got so much healing and shielding. You can persevere through that damage. Again, this trio core of JDG has been creating absolute chaos. And you did see this time around, Top Esports absolutely respected that. Let's see how all of these started. JDG, they just engage on 2 fronts. Sheer is on the left side, Missing's on the right. They just don't bundle up to try and use their carries, be that frontline for their carries. I feel like Ruler, Kanavi, and Yagao were just left to dry over in the backline. They didn't know which side to engage at which time. And again, a double flank is not necessarily a flank. Top Esports isolated the 2 targets that were too far forward, which was Missing and Sheer, took them out, and then you had just 3 squishies from JDG. Even though very, very scary, Top Esports respected that. They reset, TP'd back in, and came in with full HP bars.
The thing is, you can't rest on your laurels either. We got 30 seconds for another dragon. Would be a soul point for either side. We also just saw Death Cap completed for 369. So that's going to be absolutely terrifying. He does not have TP, though, so he's going to be walking down this way. Top Esports going to use the remaining parts of their Baron buff to try to get this tier 2 in bot side. Maybe even catch out Missing on the way here. He's in a lot of trouble now. Bullet time gets stopped, though, but he still dies to Mako.
404, support Missing for JDG. Steps too far forward, again Missing with a few missteps in this particular game. Game punish, Mako almost the same. Walking towards that top side of the map doesn't necessarily belong to him. Trying to establish some vision for 369. As you can see, he's trying to pressure that mid wave. So they're trying to get some vision all over that bulk quadrant of Kanavi's jungle cream. A little bit too far forward.
Does end up burning his flash. Yeah, that's going to be a big cooldown use. They are trying to push this mid lane too, but ends up being a little bit lame duck style as Dragon is up. Equalizer used to push them off the wave. Unfortunately, Ruler can't really run away from that one as much. They do end up clearing the siege out, but this has all been to try to use the rest of the Baron buff so they can get the Dragon.
Yeah, I feel like that was a reset angle anyway from top esports. So put that Equalizer down, trying to put some pressure in there. Pushing the wave. Get Ruler back underneath his tower. You see Cream still pressuring towards that bot, and this will be sole point for top esports. We are reaching our 6th Dragon in this series. 3,000 gold power play for top esports. Now they're finding themselves 5,000 gold in the lead. And even though we're going into that late game, you cannot necessarily tell that Jhin is one of those hyper carries that you definitely want to have. In that, when you walk into the late game, the HP bars get a little bit more tankier, and Jhin cannot necessarily deal with them that easily. Cream again putting pressure on the sideline, and top esports are looking for any kind of champion to walk forward.
Yeah, I think you have to take a look at how the damage profile comes down for JDG in a lot of ways. It's going to now be centered a lot on Yagao, on Kanavi as well, and try to get those layered in as best as possible. But top esports, they're not going to let you rest. They have momentum, and they're going to use it. Look at that. Slow down, but it's going to be the CC chain onto Jackie Love. Though he does get the flash, it will mean Sheer's life is forfeit. Yagao has finally joined, but Daisy's walking tall and strong like the big rock she isn't falling, but it is the minion wave that will get a crash here onto the inhib turret, and they just blow that thing out of the water. That'll be an inhib in topside for top esports.
Only 3 members remaining right there because Missing was literally limping back to base. Again, the core trio, Ruler, Yagao, and Kanavi, not enough right there to step up. Top esports are playing a composition where they see champion, they engage champion, especially right now with how tanky Mako has gotten, as well with the shields coming through the TN and the healing from the champion as well. And watching this one more time, Jackie Love walks through another ramp, another very tight choke point, but the Equalizer is beautiful right there. They have to pull back. Missing stays a little bit too far forward, takes the entire bullet time. Jackie Love, great preemptive flash. I don't think he dies there to Josh Sheer, but hey, he's learned. Better safe than sorry.
Absolutely. And when you have these 2 carries, when you're getting to these 4 item spikes as well, it's just so difficult to deal with. And this is the top esports we know and love. This is the top esports that's on a 5-win streak, all 2 zeros, because once you give them a lead, they absolutely run it through your gut. Now, it is also a situation where JDG, they don't really have that damage profile to stop this. So anytime top esports want to find an engage, they have the options to. And I think you're going to have to play very reactive, and especially with Kanavi's Stranglethorns.
They absolutely have the chance to do that, though. They have a very great peeling composition, so top esports, unless they have a Baron, I find it really difficult to see how they actually engage underneath the tower. There's a bunch of way clear on the side of JDG. Daisy will not last longer either, so I feel like top esports are definitely looking for a pick or a Baron to try and siege into JDG's base.
Okay. A couple of abilities used. Mako about half health. Equalizer on the exit to the base. Mako almost going down. There'll be a couple ultimates burned there in either side. JDG showing a little bit of life as Jackie Love. That's the tank, by the way. Jackie Love pretty strong at this point as well. And Tien still taking away JD's jungle. So it's harder and harder to find any resources, down almost 7,000 gold now.
Yeah, I don't know about a tank. He's 5 levels down to Jackie Love, so tank or not, he can definitely take his odds with that 1 versus 1. And top esports are pretty much set up for the next Dragon as well. They've got 10 seconds. They've already set down their vision towards the top side. They've got that inhibitor pressure towards the top as well. Somebody has to respond to that. Yagao's going to push that one out. JDG have to find their way into this river, potentially try to get a pick. Has been the case where Missing and Sheer have not necessarily been on the same page, but you need them to be there, that front line for their team.
It's already gone.
Already down.
And now they just overextended themselves as Stranglethorn. Going to be that peel back tool we said, but look at the Equalizer. It's like a dead carpet coming out for JDG as Tien gets half his health taken away. Daisy will be non-existent now. Top esports make the Baron play and make it out with all 5.
And they do have the soul if they want to take it in about a minute. However, this will take away from the pushing ability in terms of trying to take the base. I feel like right now is the perfect time to reset and try to siege for top esports. They absolutely need this power if they want to push into JDG's base. It is very difficult to push otherwise. A lot of wave clear on JDG, a lot of peel ability if you want to try and dive them, because even though 8,000 gold in the lead, there is still many champions that do so much damage on the side of JDG. Primarily the trio that we've been mentioning all over again, Zyra, Corki, Jin, will be more than happy if you dive them underneath the tower.
And I just love that we're getting this matchup, this rivalry, this historic series between JDG and Top Esports, two long-known rivals, but it's also just delivering. The fact that we're getting such a good shade of both these teams, JDG having some strengths early, unable to turn it in, and Top Esports taking one fight and kind of running with it. Feels like maybe a little bit of the track record we've seen so far. JDG also, it's so funny, they were once known in recent history as like one of the premier team fighting teams, and now we're seeing Top Esports maybe take that to them here in game 1 of this best of 3 as that Dragon Soul of the Cloud Soul will go to top.
They will commit indeed to taking the soul. They didn't use their entire Baron buff to push. However, now they do have the soul, the extra speed right there from the Cloud as well. Let's see if they can use it to good advantage. They need to pressure in that mid lane wave, because JDG are going to be more than happy wave clearing one side of the map at a time. You'll see Yagao will take care of that mid lane wave as well.
Oh my god! The burst damage there. Meanwhile, we get the Solar Flare answered, missing, burning. He gets a shield from Sheer. It's going to be enough to save him, but they have lost their bodies. They have lost their health bars, and the siege is an onslaught by Top Esports.
Sinking in both of those waves for Top Esports, pushing mid and and bot at the same time. JDG are going to have to find a last pick. They're going to have to find a fight here, or Top Esports are going to take game 1.
Ruler missing in the mid. Sheer, Yagao, Kanavi trying to defend the bot side. They lose the inhib. The inhib in top will respawn now. Cream actually going to use the culling there. Ruler was looking to step up onto him. About to have that 4th shot in tow, but JDG, they don't necessarily have the best clearing tools. They need to be together for that. And Top Esports trying to take advantage of it. Look at this massive wave dealing on top side that JDG are going to have to send somebody to.
Yeah, this is going to be a triple inhib threat. JDG, they want to primarily defend that mid lane tower, but it's going down really fast.
Mako going in. Kanavi going to go golden. Mako trying to make his way out. Equalizer has gone through. He's so tanky, though, at 369. He's harpooning them in the back. Top Esports, they take it in one fell swoop like we said they would, as they constantly keep the pressure on JDG. This game has seen no difference, and Top Esports will take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3.
Dare I say, Top Esports are looking like the cleanest team in the LPL currently. That is an 11-0 win streak in terms of games that they've played in the LPL against teams like FPX, LGD, AL, NIP, big teams that we have over here in the LPL. They've only lost to the big ones, PLG and LNG, number 1 and number 2. And currently that makes sense, right? Because they're sitting number 3. They've only lost the 2 teams above them, but they look so darn clean. They're running on all freaking cylinders. And JDG put up a pretty good fight in this early game. But again, you give them a finger, man. They take an entire arm. You miss the team fights back to back, they'll take your entire game.
Oh my goodness, it was an incredible game 1 of the series, and I think it's absolutely what we deserved. It is something, though, somebody has to stop Top Esports. Somebody has to get in the way of this undefeated into their split, and JDG are going to have to find a way in that game 2. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
take our aim. Bring down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our madness. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant place. To think we would stand in their way. Oh, face him now, face him now. For we are true to our name. Once, a stealing course. Strike twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To the dollar so we can turn our red. We refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, strike twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split 2024. We are in the final series of the Rumble stage, and we could be approaching our final game of said stage. I am Mazel, I'm joined by Trouble, and we are already 1-0 up for a dominant top esports over JDG.
And it's not all doom and gloom for JDG, as I was actually wondering who was going to get the MVP for this game. I feel like both 369 and Cream had a phenomenal game, both of them. But again, if you're a JDG fan, it's not all doom and gloom, because Top Esports have definitely not won the 11 last games they have played. They've definitely not 2-0'd the last 5 series they have played against all the top teams, or most of the top teams in the Group Ascend. Now, of course, I'm joking right here. Top Esports look like probably the most dominant team in the LPL currently.
Oh my God.
And you can see this on the Rift as well. I feel like a lot of this game came down to Sheer and Missing being a little bit disconnected from the rest of their carries when it came to those team fights. A lot of the times we didn't necessarily see them being synced up. They were splitting apart the fight to the point where Kanavi, Yagao, and Ruler they look kind of confused as in what side of the map they want to fight, they want to engage into.
And I want to talk about Mr. 369 a little bit more as well, since we were still on the topic a little bit. It is a really good performance from him, but it's also against his old org, a lot of friends on the other side, to be able to hold that MVP performance over them. I think it's going to ring a little bit louder for him. But it's also a Rumble pick that could have been a little bit flexible, maybe threw JDG for a bit of a loop because they were losing so hard up there. And it's also something you have to think about going into game 2, where drafts are going to matter for maybe a bit of an adaptation from JDG, because this was a bit of a tried and true comp for them. Maybe the Jhin a little bit more sporadic.
And I feel like we also talked a bit about the Ivern as well. I'm expecting, honestly, JDG to ban that one out. I feel like Tien was so free. Like, even when he was dying earlier on in their jungle, he was so obnoxious to deal with. And honestly, Renekton going unbanned into 369, yeah, he's got more than happy to take that, especially with Tien playing all the AP junglers plus the Ivern that he's just showed. That is a great pairing up with the Renekton.
Love to see some confidence levied at 369's way. He was like the one that started just blind picking the Renekton and finding just domination no matter what he was facing up against once that started to become a big prio here in the LPL. Want to see him have a bit of that here against Sheer. He already pretty much dominated Sheer in game number 1. We're going to have to see a bit of a pickup from one of the newest additions to JDG's roster. They go with the Misfortune already, though, so maybe giving Ruler a bit more of a say in these fights, not on the Jhin this time.
Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit more raw damage coming through. A little bit more of team fighting power in the Misfortune, as well as early to mid-game dominance that the champion is really known for. Kanavi, of course, with his infamous Lilia. I just want to comment right here that Neely has been almost permaban versus Kanavi for a lot of these games versus JDG. So if you guys were wondering, we do have Canyon at home. He's just not allowed to play the champion anymore because it's been banned out from him. Now, Top Esports are potentially looking for a mid lane or an AD carry for Jackie Love right here. We have seen a lot of the times that this Zeri does get pretty much shifted around the map, whether it's mid lane or that bot lane. I'm loving the Ivern right here. Honestly, it was so annoying to play against for JDG. I'll be more than happy to see it again in the hands of Tien.
I think it's also really interesting because JDG in the first game kind of kept the Misfortune Lilia combo away by banning the Lilia. They wanted it this time. So that is a very lethal combo to have, as you don't proc the Lilting Lullaby sleep if you do get the bullet time over top of it. But you have to have an answer in these team fights because you're going to have so much strength for Top Esports when you have this Ivern. This now, I feel like, crucial pick that Tien can feel really confident on. The answer right now is the Gnar for JDG and for Sheer.
Loving the Gnar right here for Sheer as well, and I would love to keep an eye out for it during the game to see how Sheer pilots that lane. Gnar can very easily bully Renekton as well, but you kind of play on the edge with Gnar, because if you do get caught in mini Gnar form, then it's a pretty favorable trade coming through for the Renekton. Now, JDG are definitely looking for a little bit more engaged in their kit. I would like to say things like the Alistar, the Rel, the Nautilus were really good to try and set up for the big Lilia and Misfortune ultimates to come through. Now, one thing we haven't necessarily pointed out yet is how Ezreal has completely made his way through this entire draft. And of course, the Zeri has been looking for Top Esports, but that doesn't necessarily tell us where that Zeri is going yet.
And that's some of the draft stuff that you can play with now that we've really had a lot of fun watching some of our best teams play around with. It is heavy bot lane focus, though, for JDG. Try to pull away some pieces. Maybe make this area go bot lane, but I highly doubt that. I think Cream's going to be perfectly fine on that one. What?
Hear me out. Lucian,
What?
Tristana, Corki, Zeri, all gone from the mid lane. Yagao only has one champion left if he wants to play any carries, and that's pretty much Kai'Sa. Or, oh, well, I guess he could play towards an Ezreal, but...
That's an
I'd rather see
AD carry.
something maybe like a Yone that can engage. Oh, yeah, Yagao's Jace in that mid
be.
lane.
Really nice to give some poke damage to the initial setup that JDG are looking for. It's a little bit of an odd man out, but I'm really looking forward to Yagao pilot this one. Has been a very strong Jace in the past as well, but really, especially with that Tristana Jace meta, was the big thing in the LPL, I guess, as a whole. But here is the conversation, is what is the bot lane actually going to look like for top esports? It is the Ezreal right now for Jackie Love.
Banned out in game number 1. Now it's gone through the cracks, and Jackie Love's gonna land that one onto that bot lane, which means Cream is gonna be piloting that Zeri in the mid lane into that Jace. I feel like it was a very clever flex because you want to know what's going into that mid lane, and then you can flex the Zeri accordingly where it's less, where it's more safe for her to play through. And right here, I'm expecting to see a Rel, honestly, coming out missing. You need some setup for those fights. And sure, Nar can be your frontline and you're engaged, but you need something that is more stable.
And while we are saying that we expect these pieces to go, like, there is still random room for some flexibility there, but we have seen Cream pick up this area most of the time, and then Jackie Love very big on the Ezreal. That Rel, it provides so much setup to get Kanavi in there, to get Yagao in there, to get Sheer in there, to make sure that Ruler can put down the damage. But honestly, if there's ever a spotlight to put on JDG, Ruler's going to be very happy with it on him for this game specifically.
Now, here's the thing, right? You mentioned how JDG just W keying forward. They've got so much engaged. They've got mega wombo combo ultimates to throw and pile up on top of each other. However, top esports are so slippery. The Ezreal, the Zeri, the Crocodile. Then you've got Ivern with a bunch of shields and heals later on. So slippery. It's going to have to be up to JDG to get into that backline and find the right targets to pin down.
And I think that's going to be a big pull towards Kanavi and looking at that matchup into TN, because you have to remember JDG were a bit in the advantage going into that game number 1 for a lot of it. And Top Esports continuously fought them, continuously contested them, and ended up taking a pretty holistic victory in the end with a massive advantage. It didn't really rely that much on Ruler, and even in Jackie Love's case, it was really about the mid-jungle duos that took center stage in that game 1. We'll see if Kanavi can have a bit of a resurgence here against TN, as that matchup drives what this best of 3 is going to be looking like. Top Esports have been indomitable. They are an 11-game win streak, a 5-series win streak already, and looking to make it a 6th. Can anybody stop them? JDG's chances start now. In the home arena, the home crowd in Beijing, JDG on the cusp of maybe losing their final series of the split. As we had already said coming into this one, though, JDG, they're locked in the second round of those playoffs no matter what. And that's going to be something that they need to pull themselves out of, and a little bit of momentum to finish off the split would help.
I'd love to put a little bit of a spotlight onto Cream as well, because he had a fantastic Lucian game in game number 1. That will be his 3rd Zeri game of the season. He's already 100% win rate with a 6.3 KDA onto Zeri. And I want to unfold the page of those AD carries in the mid lane for Cream as well. 3 games on Lucian, 100% win rate. 4 games now with the previous one as well, 8.7 KDA. And one of the most incredible win streaks, 16-game win streak on Tristana, 100% win rate in 16 games, 8.1 KDA. This man has been developing throughout the year, whether it's mage meta, but this particular one with the marksman has been suiting him so much. And it's always been a case of him evolving as a player. He's got 3 world champions pretty much around him. You need to step up when you're playing with players like this, and Cream has absolutely done that this season.
I think you look back to his time at OMG, he was kind of the main carry for a lot of those years, a lot of the dark horse years for that team. Obviously, they've all kind of scattered to the wind in some regards, but this Cream addition to Top Esports did come into question when you're looking at a track record of very veteran mids. This was a newer player that maybe hadn't been to the biggest stages just yet. And we saw some of that in spring, not necessarily being able to live up to the moments, but man, this summer split for Cream has been legendary.
And I can't wait to see what the likes of Cream and, well, specifically Cream, but like other mid laners as well in the LPL have to show up against all the greats of other regions as well. We're looking forward towards Worlds for Top Esports. Anything but Worlds would be a failure for their year, especially with the roster that they're fielding right here. The way they have been tearing apart LPL so far and heading, of course, further towards those playoffs. Anything but Worlds would not be great, as TN is looking towards that bot side of the map.
TN finishing is clear there, and he's going to make his move down on bot side. His level 4 already. Does get the CC chain on the ruler. He's going to burn the flash. Does not burn the barrier just yet. JDG make it out of the dive, but TN and Top Esports staying proactive.
Missing very crucial Q hit onto JackieLove. If JackieLove was able to weave one more auto attack onto Ruler, you bet he was gonna flash forward for the kill. So very, very crucial block right there from Missing to save his AD carry's life. Great stuff right there from TN as well, getting all those early game summer spells out of that JDG bot lane. One that actually managed to get ahead in game number 1. They had the 2 versus 2 kill down the bot lane.
Yeah.
And they did manage to pin down Mako and JackieLove for the time being in that game number 1. This time around, they're going to be missing their own summoners.
Let me see if they actually punish that down there as well. Decent CS differential will be closed out pretty quickly here, as both junglers going to be looking to get back onto the map. Kanavi is actually in tow for potentially looking a little bit more aggressive, as he could go for a double scuttle. Tien is going to be spotted, though, on the way out. Tien did show that he was willing to invade into Kanavi's jungle in the last game.
He's doing it again.
A ton.
He's doing it again right here. It's just so annoying. Has Mako on the back as well. Kanavi might have to forfeit.
You don't have as much distance damage you can put down. You're not the Zyra this time, right? You don't have all your plants to help you out, and Kanavi does end up being forced out a little bit, doesn't contest him there, and still going to be in the advantage of the clear speed. As Sheer does have Mininar coming back up, both junglers pathing up this way at least. And it is also the Dragon coming up, which we didn't see taken until like 9 minutes in that game 1.
Those Krugs are being pinged by both teams as well. Kanavi question mark pinged them. It's like, maybe there's an Iron there, maybe there's not. I think this was mostly for Sheer to make sure that he doesn't get dived, as 369 is pressuring a wave and a half very aggressively underneath the tower. So this could potentially be pinging for danger, since Sheer is Mininar form as well and had to commit his teleport. However, it's not going to be the case. They're just going to make sure that they leave Sheer towards the tops of the map, trying to take some control towards the ball. Mako, a little bit too far forward, but it's fine.
If they knew he was there, I think he's in a lot of trouble there. But luckily, they have a lot of vision control for Top Esports.
Ruler is 2 levels down, and there's no summoners on that Misfortune. No, Flashless Misfortune walking up to these fights is a little bit scary. Again, Mako and JackieLove. I feel like there's been so much discussion about JackieLove and having a veteran support right next to him, and now him and Mako have pretty much shaped the way that they play through that bot lane. Very aggressive, taking control. Most of the times, always ahead, taking the fight onto the likes of Elk and On as a very, very aggressive bot lane as well. And this has been in the making for quite a while, especially when they joined Top Esports together. Now Mako
they actually find the 3v2 down here. Mako ends up burning his flash, has to get the headbutt out, but he's still going down. One more auto. Somebody's got to do it. Maybe. No, it's not going to be the bounce, and Mako makes it out alive. The veterancy of that bot lane. It's coming alive here. JackieLove and Mako, they are having one hell of a split. Might be our best bot lane in LPL.
That was so clutch. JackieLove sidestepped towards JDG the second he saw the Q animation come out of Ruler, so he doesn't bounce onto Mako. That is beautiful micro stuff coming out of the world champion AD carry of Top Esports, as TN and 369 are going to grab themselves 3 void grabs towards the top side of the map. And let's watch this one more time. Mako sees that missing, is trying to clear out this ward, overextends a tiny bit. They don't expect Kanavi to be there, but a very beautiful headbutt to not get that slam down from Kanavi. And look at that sidestep from Jackal. The second he sees the Q, just steps just a little far forward so Mako doesn't get hit. Oh, TN.
He's trying to take the right.
Please, man.
No. Daisy's coming out, but Kanavi's right here. The swirl seed is there. Tian
no
has
level 6.
flash. Shear's trying to get on the other side of the wall, but can't do it. Yagao is here. He's going to fat flash over the big area, and Daisy's able to get the CC down. My God, this man is disastrous for JDG's hopes and dreams. It is incredible what he's been able to do on this Hyper in these last 2 games.
That was the level 6 from Kanavi. Kanavi was going to his red buff to get his level 6.
No.
Tien marks the camp. He takes the buff. He gets the level 6 and uses Daisy to bail himself out. There were 4 members of JDG hunting him down, and he manages to get out. Now Kanavi hits that level 6 through 2 of his camps. That was so unfortunate.
Crazy. My goodness. Just take advantage of every moment you possibly can. But again, we were talking about bot lane for Top Esports, maybe one of the best in the league. But Tien has made his aim known as maybe the best in the league at jungle too. This guy has been everywhere all at once, and it's not the movie, because he's had a hell of a split. I think he's had a hell of a year for Top Esports, even though they've fallen short in the big moments. That choking conversation always comes up, but in this regular season, he has shown that if you can't put it up, if you can't keep up with him, you're going to be put down in the dirt very quickly.
And he has yet to evade the choking allegations, at least for summer, because we're not in playoffs yet. So we need to see it actually continue. However, you have mentioned the dominance, 11-0 is the win streak for Top Esports right now. And they do still seem very dominant. They've got a lead over down the bot side of the map. They've got a lead in the mid lane as well. You see the call in the inventory of Cream, looking to scale towards that late game, and he has been the name of the game for Top Esports. They're more than willing to take the early game fights. They do have a lot of those champions that do like to brawl. The Ezreal with a bunch of Qs landing can definitely take an all-in, as we see a lot of back and forth with that bot lane. But when we're looking at late games, when you have the Ivern, you're looking towards that late game. You want the call, you want to be scaling, you want the 2 to 3 items at least onto your Ivern. W key forward any champion you see. And JDG, this time around, though, Mazel, they do have a lot of tools, a lot of engage that can literally just pile on top of Top Esports, whoever overextends, and take them down. Talking about taking them down, 369 is on a big flank.
Oh, yeah, he wants you guys. He wants his old buddy. He's like, come here, Fred. We've had so many good times. Don't you want to come give me a hug? Come on. You want to come over here?
That was my mid laner.
Oh, man. Don't want to come over here and give some love? All right. Well, maybe Tien will give you a little bit of love here, and Jackie Love's going to ride on top of that one, missing, going down with the crash down, but it's still Jackie Love that takes down your guy.
Threading through the needle right there. Tien gets the root, gets Mako into the fight. The rest is history. Yagao ends up going down. 369 forced that. He's like, hey guys, look, that's my old mid laner. How about we say hello? That hello was not very friendly for the rest of Top Esports. 369 infiltrating JDG. Getting all the secrets from Yagao and getting him killed right there. Worked perfectly fine. All 369 right there. You see, he wraps around, pressures that top side of the map, wraps around, forces Yagao into the jungle. Look at bot lane, so much pressure through Tien and Mako pushing into the jungle. Missing's trying to help Yagao, but Yagao ends up getting rooted and the follow-up comes through.
Oh, man, able to get the chase down. Max this, and wait now, Kanavi, he's going down. He got the Lilting Lullaby off. Is it going to be enough? Yagao's fighting on a Cream, missing the only buffer here between the carries. Sheer was coming down, though, so Top Esports back away, but they already lost Kanavi for JDG, and that's a huge power point because Grubs are on the table. You're about to give over Grub again, and that's a mistake, just like in Game 1, that you cannot have happen.
And Kanavi lost his flash as well in this skirmish right there, so I'm not sure what happened. 2,000 gold down for JDG right now, and Top Esports are going to get all 6 void grubs for themselves. They do have so much side lane pressure. You can have Ezreal, Zero, Renekton, anyone you choose, you pick. You can have them on the side lane, chipping down on those towers. Mako?
Oh, he does end up getting the flash out, so that'll be not having a flash on Alistar. Definitely difficult to deal with, but still, he makes it out alive, keeps his body out on the map. Dragon finally going to be secured after all this time, potentially. by JDG, who are ramping down multiple members down that side of the map.
I mean, you're saying this. Mako is joining the
he's
fray
not even
down the
doing it. He
bot
wanted
lane.
to scuttle.
Kanavi is off the dragon right now, so I don't think the dragon's going to go down that easily. And Kanavi gets spotted clearing a control ward, but this big cupcake lady...
Wait.
Oh, she was gone. She waved bye-bye. All right.
Bye-bye, Kanavi.
Bye-bye. Oh, that was the biggest BM
That's
ever.
the biggest BM I've ever seen.
She waves as it disappears. It's like, I'll let the rest take care of you.
That's actually incredible. That is actually incredible. It was just a bit of an overextension, though, from Kanavi, not respecting that distance that Tien can cover with the engages he can have. Now we're on first items for majority members of top esports. It's going to be very difficult to take advantage of them, and dragons aren't stacking in your favor. You're not having these long-term advantages that you can rely on for JDG.
Yeah, and I would honestly be so surprised if teams do not take stack of what's happening right here with the Ivern, because I feel like a lot of the pressure generated in the early game is purely through Tien being an absolute nuisance into Kanavi's jungle. A lot of the pressure generated by JDG is through this man in the jungle. He single-handedly almost won them the game versus BLG on that Kha'Zix. The solo kills, the invades, taking control, putting pressure. JDG is pretty much Kanavi generating pressure for them. So Tien making sure to shut him down back-to-back 2 games in a row has put JDG in a very weird situation where they have to pretty much make the plays for themselves. The ult?
They have missing over here. He's going to flash Shattering Strike, rather, and there you go. They pick off Cream. 369 has come in with the TP, but immediately needs to slice and dice to victory as he makes it out alive. And I'd say that's a victory in and of itself. Big pick off on a Cream, though.
And who was that generated by? Kanavi! The man was literally clearing his raptors and finds the orb through the wall onto Cream and generates the engage. Again, JDG need to find more avenues to be proactive on the map. I'd love to see Sheer leaving that top lane, pushing that wave, leave that top lane, try to be a little bit more active in the river. Missing as well. Has not necessarily been hitting the mark onto this rail. He's got all the engage in his hands. Now that the Bloodthirster is completed for Ruler, you'll see him start joining these fights as well as Tien is starting the rift trail towards the top side of the map. You'll see Kanavi and the rest of JDG, they don't want to take any part in those shenanigans. They don't necessarily have all of their items completed. Not Trinity Force onto Shears now. They're a little bit behind the pace right here, so they're going to lose yet another neutral objective.
Yeah, their big strength is in the team fights and setting up, getting Sheer in the Wombo combo and making sure Ruler's damage can stick. That's going to be weighted on just a bit. As Cream is the focus right now. Sheer does not have Mega Gnar, but he's just walking at it with the speed from the TP. And there's the CC combo by missing. Sheer cleans Cream up. Meanwhile, Gunslinger Fest in mid lane. Ruler taking a brunt of damage from Jackie Love. The True Shot Pro is going to go completely wide there, but Top Esports, they're trying to push out a couple of these lanes on mid and top while JDG make a play on bot.
Love that. That's exactly the proactivity I was talking about. Pull down TPs, be willing to dive. Sheer just completed his Trinity Force. However, Top Esports know exactly the numbers you have on the map. They see Sheer still down that bot lane. There's no reply up top to 369 pushing that tower. So you took a life, you took a tower. They'll take 2 towers. And most importantly, that mid lane tier 1 that opened up the map for them in game number 1, 369. Just having a sniff around to see if anyone dares walk into that crocodile. It's not going to be the case yet for JDG.
It looks like a bit of deja vu from that game number 1 where Top Esports saw JDG's play and raised them a couple turrets. Now, it's not going to be the Rift Herald used just yet this time around, but we're going to see a TP back on a Cream. They want to punish him. They know they need to come take this man out. A Shock Blast going to hit. Does he have enough damage to finish him off? Mako's coming to try to save him, and Cream, he's making it out of here. Sheer needed to come over, missing, trying to collapse. Now Mako's the focus, as they're going to get the lightning crash from Cream. He wants to follow this one up. Kanavi has come over, can't exactly hit the Lilting Lullaby there. There's Sheer, the big combo, and there's the Lilting Lullaby. JDG have brought Top Esports down to their level and cut off their heads.
It's the same ward! It has not expired! How can you fall for the same ward? The same TP flank? Die, ward, die! Oh my god, Top Esports! Cream overextends twice, gets punished, but the exact same ward, the exact same TP, the exact same flank, and JDG breathe some life into this game. That's not deja vu. That's the second flank TP. This time it's not going to be Sheer. It's Yagao onto these Jays. Can't not necessarily get the job done. However, he chunks down Cream enough that he can barely rejoin this fight. And by the time Top Esports overextends, they know they cannot have their Crocodile through the tops of the map. There is no TP right there.
Kanavi
Mako
here too.
is completely split, and Kanavi with a very clutch Q engage right there into the ult to solidify the deal in this skirmish.
I'm so happy he was willing to just burn the flash for it. It was so juicy getting in between those three members there. But Top Esports, they will still be strong, even though the gold lead is cut down to size here. They have to remember their team fighting is extremely strong. We saw it pulled off last game. JDG, they have their own strength, right? But they need to be able to execute on it. And so far, they've given so many of the map control over to Top Esports, which honestly has been kind of the name of the game for this team. There's another Dragon coming up in about 20 seconds. Top Esports going to try to catch somebody out beforehand.
Now, here's the fun deal with Top Esports. If they're even or slightly behind, you still have to be very, very scared of them because their team fighting looks very, very crisp lately. And right here, they are also playing a composition that does like to scale, does like to go into that late game. The more items you've got on the Ivern, you saw what TN could do towards the end of game number 1. He was a very rock-solid sort of front line with the Daisy, with all the shields and heals that the champion can provide. And right here, Top Esports, if they don't want to, they don't even have to actually group. They've got side lane pressure as well. Double AD carry, plus Renekton that's been ahead. You've got 6 Void Grabs. You do not have to group into the wombo combo of JDG. You can just generate pressure.
And you just have so much more consistent damage from Cream, where Yagao is going to need those big burst potentials that can be healed, that can be shielded by this composition that Top Esports have. So that poke damage is not necessarily going to stick. We're really going to play on mid lane, though. Ruler is going to get a little bit of help from Sheer. He's in a bit of trouble. We got that Rift Herald playing top, but it's Ruler that buys a lot of time here, and they will end up taking down 369.
And that was a shutdown as well. Unfortunately, goes to the side of missing. But most importantly, they do burn both summoners for Ruler right before the next dragon. It's not going to matter anyway. JDG do have the numbers. They're going to sneak that dragon away. And 369 overextending down that mid lane, losing his own flash and his life. Whilst Kanavi equalizes the score on the dragons. And JDG more than willing to bite back.
And that Seeker's Arm Guard giving a lot of confidence to Kanavi. He's going to be close to getting his boots completed as well. We did get second item redemption already completed for Tian, so the cheaper items already paying off dividends. And now maybe a little bit more scary is Cream. As Sheer recognizes that, starts to run away, gets slowed down by the Ultra Shock Laser, but does have the hop, skip, and a jump. Get out, and Cream. Top Esports, they're representing bot side here, trying to push down this tier 2.
And look with how much self-agency Ezreal and Renekton have. They usually just leave them in a lane all alone. Jackalov's going to take that mid lane. 369 is taking top side of the map. Mako and Tien have been primarily shadowing Cream on a side lane. With those Void Grabs that Zeri gets to push down super hard. This is 400 gold up, 2 items down. Cole has been cashed in so she can bully up those towers from JDG. Once you deprive them off of towers and vision, then Top Esports can start advancing onto these neutral objectives and start taking team fights.
Just feels like JDG are starting to bleed a little bit here, and Top Esports smell it as they are continuing to wrap around. Daisy's going to tank up. Mako goes forward here. The turret could be the focus, though, as Sheer about to have Meganar. Top Esports get caught again. Maybe the hands and the winds shift over to JDG, but they are so strong. Their siege is so potent. They can heal, they can shield, they can go ahead and get the reset off and come back into the fight, while 369 is also taking mid lane.
Yeah, and all those bushes are so annoying as well. You never know who's hiding where. The flank?
Oh, the TP was in mid lane by Sheer, but it's not going to be fast enough. Yagao is gone. Now the turret's the focus from Cream. Sheer is behind him, but the turret's gone. Now Sheer's by himself. The rest of JDG are running rampant over here trying to get to the team, but they just can't touch Top Esports.
Hey, it was a good idea. Just Top Esports was faster. The TP was too far off. Sheer was not there in time. It was also a min in our flank. And JDG have been more than willing to pull off this flank TP the entire game. We saw them work back to back on Cream, and they got themselves a bunch of kills through them. This time around, Top Esports were just faster on the play. And not only are they going to take that mid lane tower, bot lane tier 2, they're going to grab a kill for themselves as well as Yagao's flash. Reminder, 2.5 minutes. Next dragon will be up, and not having that flash on your crucial carries is going to be important. Now, Ruler, we see how he overextends, honestly, quite a lot right there. Luckily enough for him, his team sort of comes to his aid super fast right before Top Esports is about to flank around that topside jungle, and he gets away with his life and a kill.
And we see, after all is said and done, about 3,000 gold lead for Top Esports, being able to take down some of that standing gold in the turrets. But there is no turrets outside of their base for JDG, and that's not a position you want to be in against Top Esports, who have consistently, over this win streak, strangleholded teams and taken wins right from under their noses. JDG, they showed us so much grit, so much fight in that game number 1, a season, a split that has been one of redemption for this team, falling a little short. Now is the time to pick it up in your last game, potentially, of this Rumble stage.
I'm getting a little worried because Yagao is going to be getting stronger with that Jace, and the poke's going to be getting very strong. However, so many heals and shields from that Ivern are going to negate a bunch of the damage that's coming up front from the side of JDG. So I feel like for JDG, they're going to have to find that big wombo combo. Again, relying on finding the backline. Sheer with a great flank. Kanavi with a flash into the backline. You need to find Cream or Jackie if you want to have any chance of advancing into this teamfight.
Oh, no.
Not again. Not again.
Oh, no. When we put so much focus on these veterans, on this gunslinging matchup between Jackie Love and Ruler, Ruler has been non-existent. And now we have to see, as Top Esports pull off the Baron here.
And this is why the top lane, the mid lane tier 1 and tier 2 are so important. Now JDG are going to have to put up a fight 4 versus 5. Kanavi does have flash if he wants to go for the steal.
Down. They're going to try to just take down Mako here. The Baron going over, missing steps up, but maybe overextends. Mako didn't even go down in the end. Here comes Cream popping off at the lightning crash at Top Esports. Their momentum unstoppable. The wave of top has been impossible to deal with, and it's just continuing to dominate the top teams in our league. There doesn't seem to be a hope left for JDG to stop this unkillable beast of Top Esports.
11 games win streak, looking to make it 12. 5 series in a row, all have ended in a big fat W with a 2-0 score. And Top Esports looks so dominant right here. Let's see, Kanavi is trying to flank.
Oh, he's trying to get on the other side, missing, going down a little bit low. Big swirl seed into the lilting lullaby potentially here, but Kanavi, he doesn't have it, so there's no way out. Ruler going down, Ruler. He's got the barrier, he's still alive. Kanavi, I don't know if you can say the same. Jackie Love ends his life, but he'll trade him right back. It doesn't matter. Swarm has come into Summoner's Rift, and they take the mid-inhib turret.
Top Esports are looking so decisive right here. They know they have the wallets to back up the aggression, and then taking it straight onto JDG. Again, the W key forward we talked about. The second you see 2 items completed onto an Ivern, you see champion, you just chase them down. You have more than enough damage to back it up with Jackie Love and Cream. Talking about this, 18 seconds for Jackie Love to come back up onto the Rift. JDG are recognizing this. They're going to pressure to take some objectives off the map, some bounties as well. Hold on.
Oh, big 3-man knockup from Mako. Ruler is again just turned into a ghost. The man that used to be the difference maker, the man that used to be the name of JDG, has now fallen. And Top Esports, they'll claim their rightful place as a team that you cannot underestimate. Jackie Love comes in to clear up Sheer, and the TPs will signal it all here, Trouble.
Top Esports are looking for the win. They still have the Baron. A lot of minutes are raining into the base, and only Kanavi to fight them all.
In this legendary matchup, there can only be one to come out on top. And in the last 6 months, in the last 7 months, it's been Top Esports that have had the better hand. And they will find domination again. They will find one last fight here to finish off the Nexus. And they will go 12-0 to finish out the regular season and rise themselves to a 6-win streak.
Top Esports, arguably the strongest team in the LPL currently, which makes playoffs that much more exciting to anticipate. Seeing the rematch versus BLG versus LNG when this top esports shows up to play is going to be so hype. And just a reminder right here, guys, that was a 6-1 game record of top esports going up against JDG. Now it's been widened to an 8-1 scoreline between the two teams throughout 2024. Top esports have had JDG's number the entire year.
Yeah, I mean, JDG really only being able to claim their regular season victory over them in spring. That's the only thing they can really hold on to, which is not exactly what you'd want to say for a team that was so demanding of themselves coming into this one. And obviously we came into it, we said JDG are going to be in the second round of playoffs no matter what. They're going to be stuck at 5th. The fact of the matter is top esports will move up to 3rd, but it doesn't really matter because they're in the same round. And I think the momentum that top esports are able to gain off this, it is going to be a little bit of time until we see them, but they have shown that there's really no answer in the meta that's too strong for them. I mean, they have been able to wipe down a ton of our teams in the fashions that we see those teams succeed in, and it's been incredible.
And I feel like they've done it in so many different styles as well, right? Like TN has jumped from the Sejuani Maokais to the AP heavy farming junglers that can carry games, like his Zara and his Lilia look so scary. And now he's bringing out an ever annoying Ivern, which I felt might have been a mistake from JDG not to ban it out. I feel like Kanavi really struggled dealing with TN in his jungle, and unfortunately not having pressure through his side lanes meant that TN pretty much did whatever the heck he wanted in Kanavi's jungle. And for a team that generates the entire pressure like JDG does only through their jungler in the past few games, not having Kanavi play his A game kind of hurt them.
I think both the big points that we want to focus on, like our biggest matchups were jungle and ADC, and for JDG, Kanavi can say, you know, in that first game he definitely showed up in some ways, but I mean, both these two guys looked like ghosts in this series, and that can't happen. I mean, these two guys are how you win games a lot of the time for JDG, and I think having these kinds of performances against a team where you're trying to match yourself up against some of the best laners we have right now in the LPL, it can't happen like that. And so JDG definitely going to be distraught a little bit after this one, but I think you can still see some of those adaptations. I did like some of the top side matchup stuff that they were able to do. Sheer, though, got taken a bit advantage of. So taking this time to kind of take stock and find a way to resurge a bit, I believe, is in the cards for JDG.
Absolutely. And when it comes to top esports, you just need to keep going on the same train.
Hit the W key.
You just W key forward. That's exactly what it is. Full MMO RPG style. They played fantastically well, honestly. I feel like this meta just suits them. The aggressive AD carries for Jakilov, Mako being able to roam around the map. Kareem looks so darn good on AD carries. He's now 3-0 on that Zeri and 369 with more aggressive picks like the Kennen, the Renekton, the Rumble. I mean, like, this meta was created for this iteration of top esports, and they look so good.
I think it's so funny. You could probably fit like a 10-minute montage of all the incredible plays that Cream has had already in the summer split. I would love to go show that to any of those doubters sitting there from the international performances we've seen from this guy, because this summer split has been an incredible level up from him, but also from the team. I mean, this team was so close to taking the championship. They were so close to not having that choking mantra follow them into the night. And here, this split, they are making it known that they are not taking anything less.
And I feel like for them, it's also going to be a testament of the perseverance throughout playoffs, right? They still have to play the LNG and BLG. They are the two teams that they have only lost to in this particular group Ascend. And they're going to be looking definitely for a rematch. It looked like they looked like a team that could take BLG. That was the first game when they both came back from the international. It was BLG versus top esports, and it did take us to all 3 games, and it looked pretty close. I mean, it wouldn't be BLG if it didn't go to all 3 games, but past the point. I'm very excited to see the rematch again, especially with how Cream is looking. The Cream versus Scout as well. LNG versus top. Oh, just sign me up already. Let's just fast forward.
I just love it because we have now witnessed the final best of 3 of this split, and we will be moving on into best of 5s, which is exactly when the LPL just decides to turn up the heat. So that's going to be a lot of fun to keep an eye out on. And I think these track records a lot with this group Ascend. We're not going to be seeing these teams for a little while because the playoff play-in stage is what comes next after this. And so I think trying to take stock of what we could see change from these teams and from Top Esports, I think you can continue highlighting a lot of that AD mid priority, some of the flexibility they've really found in those choices. But I mean, if you can't find a way to quell TN in the jungle, if you can't find an answer in the meta picks right now in this jungle matchup, like he was literally pushing Kanavi in his jungle on the Ivern consistently across both games. And I think that's incredible.
And it's not something that you can very easily say, especially versus a jungler like Kanavi that will take the fight into you, especially when you try to enter his jungle, and TN managed to do this consistently throughout the entire series. And of course, you can give this up to the likes of the Ivern. Ivern is a very annoying champion to play against, sure, but he's consistently been finding those avenues and those openings with different champions, like the Lilia, like the Zyra, like the Brand. He has been playing so extremely aggressive in general, and this is why Top Esports looks so good. I feel like when TN is feeling himself, when he's feeling confident, which has been something that he has openly talked about struggling a lot. There was a very heartfelt interview as well right before our finals in spring, where actually TN teared up and he's like, I've not been feeling my most confident, but I will try my best to give Top Esports, another title. And 369 was then is like, we'll make it the greatest LPL jungler again. I think he's very close to being on his way back there. It's
incredible when you put so many stars together and then they have a split like this where you're like, oh my god, this is up there with some of the best splits that all these players have ever had, it feels like. And it's incredible to watch as it goes down. Still a lot more room to grow and a lot more things to conquer here as well, with the gauntlet still coming through. But it is also a sight to behold in this situation where you're in a group with all the top teams and somehow you end up with a 12-0 game score to finish it off. Like it just speaks for itself. I think we've seen some breathtaking performances across the night from both of our series tonight, and a fitting end to the Rumble stage of LPL, it feels like. But now we also have to talk about exactly who gets MVP. And it is 369. There might be some question marks, but against this old team, go ahead and give him the double MVP. And this is his first 2 of this split.
Add insult to injury? Is that what they call it? The back-to-back MVP?
Do they give it to him just because it's against
JDG?
his whole team, like in his friends? Like that must weigh into it a little bit here.
He's like, hey guys, this is what you're missing out on. This is what I do now over in Top Esports. I get to play away from all those tanks that you put me on, the Renekton, the Rumble. Rubbing a little bit of salt in the wound right there. Incredible performance. However, I will not say that Ivern from TN was also very, very worthy.
He deserved one of those,
that
for sure.
MVP. I feel like he deserved the MVP purely because he shut down the engine of JDG, which is Kanavi. And once you it's not an easy task, but once you do shut down Kanavi, then JDG kind of falls apart like we saw it, and it wasn't an easy fit from TN, and he managed to make it look easy by the way he was playing that Ivern.
So maybe take a little bit of time to talk introspectively about JDG then, because this team who had set themselves up with super high expectations, not making it into internationals in spring was a huge hit to their confidence, and also their losses they took at the hands of Top Esports in the playoffs. And I think this team looks so good on paper. It looks so good to start a lot of these games, but they haven't had the same follow-through, the same finishing touch that previous JDG rosters have had.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the times, even though the meta does fit Kanavi, you can't always create opportunities with things like the Brand, the Zyra, the Lily. You are not the primary engage, even though he has been really trying. I feel like, again, a very good stepping stone for JDG is going back to the AL series and seeing exactly how they played there. The fast-paced tempo, the super aggressive early game. It does suit them. They can take control of all those lanes. They've got superstars throughout the entire Rift if you look at them. So they definitely have the caliber to take the reins of the game super early and not just rely onto one person to just lead them around the map.
It's going to be something to keep an eye out. Let's go ahead and take a look at our journey at this point. The final day of the Rumble stage has concluded, and unfortunately, we didn't get any 3-game series, but we had some historical moments. In the first series, a 2-0 for BLG led to the most kills in a single game in LPL history for Knight at 21 on his Lucian. Incredible stuff. Taking the title from Cool, if any LPL heads will remember that. And then Top Esports will rightfully claim third place with a 2-0 smacking against JDG.
And isn't it crazy how a team only loses twice, but they end up being third? This is how dominant BLG and LNG were throughout the entirety of Group Ascend. And honestly, a big surprise right here to see BLG on a 0-2, considering how they played game 1, if you guys watched it, which was very characteristic to why BLG got to all 3 games to win. They always have a happy game, however, very clean games. And I think going into playoffs and looking towards Worlds and Internationals, that's exactly what you want from at least the top 3 teams of the LPL. Clean, easy games.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We move on now from the Rumble stage to the Knight Rivals stage, a first ever for the LPL in our new format. It is going to be 3 do or die, best of 5s between these matchups here, and with a struggling LGD and NIP in that Group Ascend to finish out the split, this is ripe for the taking for our Group Nirvana matchers.
I feel like specifically I'm looking at NIP because for a lot of people might be a shocker how they're looking at a team that has Rookie in it and they have not managed to pick up a single victory in that Group Ascend. And RA are not necessarily an easy opponent to go up against. They were fighting until that very last best of for the top spot in that Group Nirvana. So they're definitely one of the better teams coming out off of this group, and NIP really need to start picking up some steam if they want to stay alive to get into the playoffs.
You have to remember, if you lose this, you are done for 2024. If you do win, you move on to be seeded into the gauntlet-style playoff for the LPLs, and it does not get easier. We have added another brick to the road of that gauntlet, and we'll see which teams do take advantage of that one. But an incredible day. I still am a little sad we didn't get 3 games, especially in that last series. But
True.
In all actuality, getting to see Top Esports so cleanly handle JDG, it was a treat of itself. Trouble, I want to give you a huge shout out here. It's been incredible to get to cast with you for the Rumble stage, and I'm very much looking forward to see what action we get in the playoffs. For everyone else, we'll be back on August 3rd with more gameplay. It'll be LGD versus IG. We'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.